Recording fiasco transcripts with good names.
Contents. March 19, 2014 5. March 19, 2014 Jefferson Healthcare Commission meeting transcript of Dialogue 5. Changes 11. 2014 email exchange sums up 6-year dispute in Jefferson Healthcare recording fiasco 11. March 26, 2014 email from Matt Reddy to Marie Dressler, Ward Chair, and Mike Glenn, CEO, 12. March 26, 2014 Mike Glenn response 14. March 27, 2014 Marie Dressler email 14. Matt Reddy email to Marie Dressler 15. Marie Dressler email to Matt Reddy 16. March 2015, numerous meetings between March 3, 2014 and June 24, 2015, audio available but not yet transcribed. 16. June 24, 2015, Jefferson Healthcare Commission meeting in Chelan, WA transcript of Dialogue 17. June 2015, numerous meetings between June 24, 2015 and June 29, 2016, audio available for most meetings, but not yet transcribed. 37. June 29, 2016, Jefferson Healthcare Commission meeting in Chelan, WA transcript of Dialogue 37. Hash number 42, blog post, Jefferson Healthcare Commission meeting, the 29th of June 2016 42. February 2, 2017 44. June 27, 2018 45. October 30, 2018 47. January 18, 2019 48. 2019 Abide and Comply October 14, 2019 Commission Meeting 48. 2019 Independent Discussions with Attorneys 57. November 27, 2019 MRSC 58. Flannery Collins mrsc.org vimcenter.onmicrosoft.com 58. 2019 Twitter Rampage 67. I would have to research that before our next meeting. I need some time to look into that. December 18, 2019 Commission Meeting 75. The 18th of December 2019 Blog Post 87. Jefferson Healthcare Board votes 3-1 refusing to promise to not harass a commissioner. WHO records a meeting 87. We have Brad Berg's opinion on that. December 20, 2019 87. March 26, 2019 91. October 22, 2019 93. January 20, 2020 Press Release 95. Local politician Matt Reddy creates new Washington healthcare organization to combat private corporate influence over healthcare 95. The Association of Washington Public Hospital Commissioners, AWFC, created to counteract undue influence of private lawyers and corporations including the AWFD, Association of Washington Public Hospital Districts, and MRSC, Municipal Research Service Center, over elected leaders in Washington state healthcare industry 95. Jan 21, 2020 Blog Post 97. Jefferson Healthcare Board votes 3-1 refusing to promise to not harass a commissioner. WHO records a meeting 97. Ashcroft February 2020 97. Chris Ashcraft Cashcraft at co.jefferson.wire.us 97. Creer, Nancy J., ATG, nancy.creer@atg.wa. Gov greater than 101. February 2020 County Attorneys 104. Philip Hunsucker Funsucker at co.jefferson.wire.us 104. Jan 15, 2021 Blog Post 108. Jefferson County Public Hospital District Commission votes unanimously on amendment about recording issue 108. Jan 24, 2021, 109. PT Leader article February 5, 2021, not aware of the 2016 legal opinion at time of writing this article, from the Port Townsend Leader, 109. Hospital District will get legal look at recording policy for board meetings 109. Matt Reddy blog post about email from admin assistant and board chair Jan 26, 2021 111. January 27, 2021 Commission Meeting 111. Jan 20, 2023 Commission Meeting, Port Ludlow 126. Did fraud occur? 166. January 13, 2023 blog post 167. 2022 evaluation with a detailed analysis with chat 167. From the Port Townsend Leader, 172. Hospital District will get legal look at recording policy for board meetings 172. February 8, 2023, 2 letters from Matt Reddy 174. Key questions 184. March 19, 2014. March 19, 2014 Jefferson Healthcare Commission meeting transcript of dialogue. Marie Dressler, calling the meeting to order at 3:33. This is Jefferson County Public Hospital District 2, Board of Commissioners meeting, and Commissioner Jill Bueller is excused. Could I ask you what is in front of you? Are you recording this meeting? Matt Reddy, yes. I'm making an audio recording of this meeting to help me remember what has happened. Marie Dressler, okay. Actually, that sounds like a good opening for discussion about doing something like that with one of the concerns with the Public Meetings Act as it is being recorded and the Public Hospital District is responsible for safekeeping and so it can all be accessed. Maybe this is something that you ought to step in. Mike Glenn, yeah. I believe there was going to be a discussion at tonight's meeting about recording board meetings, which I think is a reasonable thing to discuss. There are implications associated with recording board meetings that recording become part of the record and is also part of the Open Public Meeting Act and Records Act, so a recording provided by a hospital recording for the purpose of records has to be disclosed when requested, and any recording by a board member, according to counsel, would be considered that official record. So I think what the discussion tonight was going to go along the lines of discussing it at the board level, and then if the board is interested in pursuing that, to direct administration to develop a policy, a procedure, and a methodology to make sure that we do it correctly. It's in line with our Record Retention Act and Open Public Meeting Response Team, and we do it right. So I think the recommendation from counsel is that absent of the hospital doing it, that a board member should not. Matt Reddy, well, based on my research I don't think that's accurate. I mean, this is a public meeting, citizens have a certain right to record these meetings. I don't surrender that right because I'm a commissioner, just like we each have the right to vote. You know, we have certain rights, the right to breathe, the right to take notes. I would disagree with that assessment of what is legal, or that this constitutes a board act. This is an act as a private citizen. Mike Glenn, well, it might be an act of a private citizen, but because you're a board member, just like the notes you take at a board meeting, they are subject to the open public. Matt Reddy, sure. Mike Glenn, Record Act, so that any tape that you record is also subject to that act. So it becomes part of the record, and it's the recommendation from counsel looking after the interests of the organization that if Jefferson Healthcare begins to record our meetings, that it be done through administration so that we have the tape, we have the record, we can properly store it, and we can respond to any open public meeting requests that may come down the pipe, 'cause it's a big thing. Some hospitals do indeed record their meetings, and it adds another layer of complexity to responding to open public record requests. So I think the discussion with the rest of the board is this something that we want to pursue? And then secondly, if we are going to do it right, and I don't think anyone is suggesting, as an individual citizen, you don't have the right to make the recording, but as a board member, counsel for Jefferson Healthcare is recommending you don't, in the interest of the organization and all of the implications. Matt Reddy, is the council recommending me not record meetings? Mike Glenn, until we have a policy and a procedure to make sure we can manage that recording in compliance with the Open Public Record Act, that we don't do it, because it's discretionary. Organizations don't have to do it, and further, what I think was going to happen, Matt, was that there was going to be a discussion with the other members of the board, should decide if that indeed is the direction that they were going to give administration. Matt Reddy, I appreciate the recommendation of council, but I'm going to continue recording the meeting. I think it's a perfectly appropriate decision and I would completely support the board if we wanted to officially do it, and I'm happy to give. If you feel like you need a copy to store for 7 years, I'm happy. Matt Reddy, is the council recommending me not record meetings? Mike Glenn, until we have a policy and a procedure to make sure we can manage that recording in compliance with the Open Public Record Act, that we don't do it, because it's discretionary. Organizations don't have to do it, and further, what I think was going to happen, Matt, was that there was going to be a discussion with the other members of the board, should decide if that indeed is the direction that they were going to give administration. Matt Reddy, I appreciate the recommendation of council, but I'm going to continue recording the meeting. I think it's a perfectly appropriate decision and I would completely support the board if we wanted to officially do it, and I'm happy to give. If you feel like you need a copy to store for 7 years, I'm happy to provide that. Mike Glenn, well, it's not like I feel like it. The law would require it, and the recommendation from council is that if a recording is made on behalf of the organization and as a commissioner you would be making it on behalf of the organization, that we have our own recording. Marie Dressler, so I will recess this board meeting at 3:39 to see if we can locate a recording, some recording device, and if not we will just have to a special meeting. Thank you. Marie Dressler, at 3:43 I will reconvene the meeting Hospital District N. 2. I continue our meeting. Tony DeLeo, Madam Chairman, if you would that Commissioner Reddy is no longer recording the meeting. Hilary Whittington, today we'll be talking through the January finance report and then a preview for February. It has been a tricky couple of months, and while circumstances that should never affect the timeliness of the reports, running a hospital without a controller has certainly changed my life a bit, so at this point we didn't have the income statement for February complete today, so we'll be talking through January and we'll have the February report shortly. In general, we were where we needed to be from a revenue standpoint, knowing that we have not yet acquired the Port Townsend Surgical Associates practice, and that is a lot of the difference that we'll see on the income side. At the last meeting, we looked at the departments where we were over and under budget, so I didn't want to repeat that, but for the month we landed about $280,000 under our budget and our revenue adjustments were in line with that. In general, the profit can be somewhere in the $60,000 to $100,000 range per month. 2014 email exchanges. 2014 email exchange sums up 6-year dispute in Jefferson Healthcare recording fiasco. January 21, 2020, author Matt, edit. March 26, 2014 email from Matt Reddy to Marie Dressler, board chair, and Mike Glenn, CEO. Original message. From Reddy, Matthew. Sent Wednesday, March 26, 2014, 9:21 a.m. 2. Glenn, Mike, Dressler, Marie. Subject, audio recording public meetings. Dear Mike, I would like for us to work together to avoid any further public confrontations or drawn-out conflicts over the issue of audio recordings of commission public meetings. To best do my job as a hospital commissioner, I require a complete record of our public meetings. I require this complete record to be in my possession the moment our public meetings conclude, so that I might immediately review any portion of the meeting events and begin considering next steps. I also need to be able to easily share the complete records of our public meetings with any interested members of the public, so that I might ascertain their opinions, ideas, feedback, suggestions, and advice on any aspects of hospital district governance that they are interested in. I am willing to consider not recording the meetings myself, if I have an equally reliable solution that will guarantee I walk out of every public meeting of the Hospital Commission with a complete record of the meeting's events. I would like to work with you to find such a solution that is convenient for everyone involved. I believe the simplest solution is that I record the meetings on my personal recording device and immediately provide a copy of the file to administration after the meeting. I could simply walk over to the Commission office, plug in my USB cable, and upload the file to a directory on the file server. The file is already dated by the software. The Hospital Information Technology Department keeps backups of all files on the file server. If anyone ever requests one of the audio files from a meeting, then someone could simply copy the file to a thumb drive for the person. The cost of storing hundreds of hours of audio files is negligible. Also, the labor involved with copying a file onto a thumb drive is negligible. Such a process is not complex or costly, which is probably one of the reasons why so many other public governing bodies record audio or video of their public meetings. As you noted, any handwritten notes a hospital commissioner makes during a public meeting is subject to public records standards. Audio recordings are simply a form of note-taking. We may need to refine it, but the policy regarding commissioner note-taking you described is already in place, and as long as I make my recordings available in a timely manner, we appear to be keeping with the policy we already have. I hope this is sufficient to resolve this matter. I believe we would all prefer to be spending our time working to improve our efforts at addressing the healthcare needs of our community. I need an audio recording of our public meetings to do that work. We have another public meeting on the 16th of April 2014. I would like to record this meeting. Please let me know if my recording the meeting will result in yourself and/or the board chair delaying the meeting progress on the agenda, recessing the meeting, or adjourning the meeting as happened at the 19th of March 2014 meeting. I believe all these actions in response to me recording the meeting are unnecessary and unseemly disruptions to board business. Yet, if I know these actions are going to be your response, I will make extra efforts to find interested members of the public who want to record the meetings and can attend the 16th of April 2014 meeting. Please understand that many of the people I would ask are working poor and unable to attend though interested, which is another reason I record these meetings. I would like to resolve this matter and move on to our work. Part of my ability to do this work involves making a recording of our meetings, as I believe I am allowed to do now. Can you please let me know by 3 p.m. next Wed the 4th of February 2014 if we can agree to this? Respectfully, Matthew Reddy. P.S. For your records, I have attached a copy of an opinion by the Washington State Attorney General's Office recording the recording of open meetings of county government. Excerpt from Attorney General's opinion. This document is available online here. Public Meetings, Open Public Meetings Act, Counties, Recording Official Proceedings, Authority of County to restrict video and/or sound recording of county meetings. 1. A county does not have authority to ban video or sound recording of a meeting required to be open to the public by the Open Public Meetings Act. The county could regulate recording only to the extent necessary to preserve order at the meeting and facilitate public attendance. 2. A county has authority to ban video or sound recording of any lawful executive session of a public meeting. 3. If a meeting is not an open public meeting as defined in RCW 4230, but is required to be an open meeting by some other statute, the extent of the county's authority to restrict recording of such a meeting would depend on the language and the intent of the controlling statute. 4. If a county officer conducts a private meeting as may be defined in law, the county has authority to restrict or prohibit the recording of such meetings. November 30, 1998. The Honorable Randall K. Gaylord, San Juan County Prosecuting Attorney. 350 Court Street, P.O. Box 760. Friday Harbor, Washington 98250. Site as, ago 1998 No. 15. Dear Mr. Gaylord, by letter previously acknowledged, you have requested our opinion on the following paraphrased questions. May a county legislative body prohibit an individual from using a video or audio recording device to record a meeting or hearing conducted by county officials? If such recording cannot be prohibited, may the legislative body impose restrictions on the use of such recording devices? Brief answer. A county is subject to the Open Public Meetings Act, which generally requires that meetings of the governing body be open to the public and that no conditions precedent to attendance by the public, except for orderly conduct, may be imposed. Therefore, a county legislative body may not ban the use of recording devices from the open portion of a meeting held pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act. The county legislative body may impose restrictions on the use of recording devices, but only to the extent necessary to preserve the orderly conduct of the meeting. Executive sessions held pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act are not open to the public, and the county legislative body may ban the use of recording devices at executive sessions. The county legislative body may ban the use of recording devices at public meetings that are not subject to the Open Public Meetings Act or to some other state statute that limits county authority. A county legislative authority may ban the use of recording devices to record conversations at private meetings not open to the public. March 26, 2014. Mike Glenn response. Thanks, Matt. I'll defer to Marie on this. I am leaving tomorrow for vacation and will be out of the office until April 8th. Thanks. MG. March 27, 2014. Marie Dressler email. From Dressler, Marie. Sent Wednesday, March 26, 2014, 5:34 p.m. 2. Ready, Matthew, Glenn, Mike. Subject, Re. Audio recording public meetings. Hello, Matt. Actually, audio recording of board meetings is a board decision. At the conclusion of our last meeting we, the board, asked Mike to develop a policy, procedure and recording methodology to present to the board for our review and consideration. At this time, the board can then discuss and take action, if appropriate. Mike and I participated in a teleconference with council and were made aware of the legal implications to the district related to recording board meetings. If we are going to do this, then we are going to do it correctly. Interestingly, according to council, it is not common for a public hospital district to record its board meetings. Based on this, Matt, it would certainly be best if you chose not to exercise any right you have to record the 4/16 meeting and allow the board the time and space to make a thoughtful and deliberate decision on this issue. Marie Dressler. Board Chair. Matt Reddy email to Marie Dressler. From Reddy, Matthew. Sent Thursday, March 27, 2014, 2:28 p.m. 2. Dressler, Marie, Glenn, Mike. Subject, Re. Audio recording public meetings. Marie. I appreciate your advice and recommendation that I not record board meetings. I respectfully disagree with your opinion that this is the best course of action. As I said, I do not believe I can best perform my duties as hospital commissioner without a complete record of the meetings. The only relevant legal implications of recording meetings I am aware of is that, if my recording is considered a public record, the hospital district should store it and make it available when requested by the public. My previous letter outlined a simple low-cost process whereby this practice is easily doable. The board is welcome to take as much time as it likes to explore and consider the questions. Does this board want the board meetings audio recorded? And shall this board require the CEO to audio record the board meetings? On the other hand, I believe all the commissioners are already firmly entrenched in their individual answers to these questions. I believe dragging out time spent on these predetermined answers is a waste. Nonetheless, if it is the opinion of the majority of the board that it does not want the meetings recorded, this opinion does not prohibit anyone, including myself, from recording the meetings. As the Open Public Meetings Act declares, the people, in delegating authority, do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. I need to know exactly, word for word, what is said during our public meetings. The board does not have the authority to decide what is good for to know and what is not good for to know. In conclusion, though I hear your advice, I will respectfully decline to follow it. I sincerely hope if you wish to spend any more time attempting to persuade me not to record the meetings, you will do so before the meetings begin, and not use up valuable public meeting time for such a discourse. Also, if you intend to use your authority as chair to recess or adjourn the meeting in response to my recording, I hope you will discuss this action with me prior to the meeting so that we can try to avoid any unnecessary and unseemly public showdown. In fact, I am happy to sit with you and the hospital district attorney while you elaborate in detail as to your reasons why you believe it is best that I not record the meetings. Perhaps such a discussion will uncover a reasonable solution for everyone. If you wish to have such a meeting, please let me know and I will be happy to join you. As a final note, will you please forward me the name and contact information for the attorney you and Mike spoke to regarding this issue? I would like to contact the attorney and ask some clarifying questions and receive my answers directly from a legal authority. Sincerely, Matt Reddy. Marie Dressler email to Matt Reddy. Matt, when you, as an elected member of the Hospital District Board, decided that you were going to personally record board meetings as a member of the board, CEO Mike Glenn and I, as current board chair, sought advice from the district's council. This was in order to ensure that the district would not be put in legal jeopardy and that we, personally, were not uninformed of our responsibilities. Neither Mike nor I are lawyers, and neither are you, for that matter. Having staff research and formulate a policy and procedure and a methodology to comply with the Public Records Act was what Mike was tasked to do at the end of that meeting. I do think that it is very presumptuous of you to assume that our colleagues are already firmly entrenched in their individual answers to the questions you pose in your note to me. I can only speak for myself, and I am very interested to hear other board members' opinions, have some respectful and lively discussion and make a decision as a board. Should you choose to personally contact and seek advice from the district's council, I want to make it crystal clear that any such consultations will be solely and totally at your own expense. Council's name is, I have no contact information for him. You state that you appreciate my advice and recommendation that you not record board meetings. What I am telling you is what district's council advised Mike and I, not my personal opinion. Marie. March 2015. Numerous meetings between March 3, 2014 and June 24, 2015, audio available but not yet transcribed. June 24, 2015, Jefferson Healthcare Commission meeting in Chelan, WA transcript of dialogue. Jill Bueller, session meeting of June 24, 2015, in Chelan, Washington. The order of business, Tony DeLeo, and officially recorded. Marie Dressler, by Commissioner Reddy. Jill Bueller, and it's being recorded by Commissioner Reddy. The purpose is for review of our governance policies. So basically, what we want to know is what's working and what's not, and what can we do about it. Matt Reddy, so are we debriefing the conference, or are we talking about our blog post, Jefferson Healthcare Commission meeting, the 29th of June 2016. July 2, 2016, author Matt Reddy, edit. In Chelan, while the Jefferson Healthcare Board of Commissioners met in regular session following the annual WSHA conference. Since our normal audio recording equipment does not travel with us, I recorded the meeting with my own handheld digital recorder. To my surprise, the majority of my fellow commissioners took. Matt Reddy, I'm recording the meeting. Tony DeLeo, okay. Commissioner DeLeo pushed out his chair and stood quickly up from the table. Matt Reddy's personal account of this moment in the meeting. I was seated to his right with at least one person in between us, but nonetheless, I remember my surprise at his actions. When someone is angry with you and they suddenly rise from the table, you don't know what will happen next. My brain immediately started evaluating possibilities. I must admit, my body experienced a shot of extra adrenaline instinctively, since I suppose at a primal level, I perceived some sort of violence towards me was possible. I saw my recorder sitting on the table out in front of me and thought, is he going to grab at my recorder? The possibility seemed plausible as I had imagined such things happening at previous debates about the recording of meetings. In fact, I had played through many scenarios in my mind before about hospital security guards or even police being called into board meetings to stop me from recording. Many times I had mentally prepared myself for such confrontations and had long ago decided I would continue recording under all circumstances and simply see what levels of force might be used against me. Yet, on this day, I was not so mentally prepared as I had no reason to believe all the commissioners would suddenly try to stop the recording again, which they hadn't done for months. So I look at my recorder and prepare myself to casually reach out and take hold of it if Commissioner DeLeo makes a move in my direction. I was attempting not to flinch at his sudden rise from the table, as in moments like this, getting you to flinch in fear can be part of the goal of the person attempting to move you. In any case, Commissioner DeLeo did not make any move in my direction. Instead, he stepped away from the table and walked briskly towards the door and said, Tony DeLeo, see you guys later. Let me know if he turns it off. Jill Bueller, this is a little counterproductive. Do you really want to do this, Matt? Matt Reddy, Jill Bueller, yes, no? Matt Reddy, sorry, my stress level is very high right now, so it's hard for me to speak. I did not expect a massive conflict over this again. I didn't think you guys would be surprised. I recorded last year's meeting, if you recall, so I've told you before, I cannot actually remember everything that is said at these meetings, and it's important to me that we take what we say here seriously, and we're held accountable for what we say here, and the only way to do that is to have an accurate record of these meetings, and so I record the meetings. Jill Bueller, the point is that you being a commissioner, it is different than a member of the public recording the meeting, and we have no official recording device here, so we can't record it and have it be an actual official recording. That's a different. I think we need to either adjourn or conclude or. Case Kulf, could I ask? Marie Dressler, point of order, that we do have a policy, I believe, which says that we make official recordings when we are in our official board setting in the hospital, and I believe you are aware of that, so I do take exception to the recording, but nothing to hide. But I think it is not something that, if we have these policies and you're, and rightly so, very keen on following policies, and then you yourself, go and break one. I don't see what this is all about. I think it's just a barrier to try to work for our patients, for our community, personally. Case Kulf, I obviously haven't been involved in this kind of discussion before, so I'm as the new kid on the block, if you wouldn't mind. First of all, the policies that we just revised, I guess I must not have read that section carefully enough. Does it say that we only record in official meetings? Or does it say that we record in official meetings? I mean, I'm wondering, do the policies also say that we don't in this kind of setting? I mean, and again, this is just a point of clarification, I don't. Jill Bueller, the point of clarification is that when we go, for example, to legislature, we did not want to be bound to record what the legislatures were saying because they may not feel free to speak. So for that reason, and because it can be a logistics nightmare to have it, and where we don't have control of the venue, we voted, and Matt voted for that as well, to not record anything other than the meetings that were held in our normal venue. Case Kulf, in that case I would need to just check to see, because there's a difference between, Jill Bueller, you can check it if you have the board book, 'cause it's, Case Kulf, no. I'm just saying to me it is important whether the policy says that we will only record under certain situations or that we will record under certain situations, but if there's no prohibition I'm concerned if I could. Marie Dressler, it says we do not. If we're out of the hospital, we do not because we are legally responsible. Case Kulf, if I could finish, Marie Dressler. As the secretary, I'm legally responsible for ensuring that we have the official copy open for the public records, and that is what our attorney has said. And we, because it's as Jill has just said, we have difficulty, we don't have recording equipment, we can't inflict this on other people like in previous board meeting. So it was decided that we would only record when we're at our board meetings in our home base, and this is not our home base. Maybe we'd like it to be, but it's not. So therefore, this leaves the hospital district open to prosecution and fines because of our inability to have an official recording which is archived for the benefit of the community. Case Kulf, although my question wasn't answered, I appreciate your clarifying. Mike Glenn, well, there's no prohibition. I mean, anybody could record anything. It's just the council said that you have, if you're going to vote to record board meetings, because many boards doesn't record their board meetings, then you do it in a way that's controlled by the organization with your equipment and your system, which is why we and Susie do what she does, because it becomes the official public record and recommended against a board member recording and because that is something other than the public record. Jill Bueller, and we're trying to go by attorney. Case Kulf, because that's other than a public record, but if an individual commissioner records that because of the Open Public Records Act, that recording does become an official recording? I guess I'm trying to, Mike Glenn, yes, the law doesn't distinguish you from a community member and a board member, that you might be thinking you recorded this as a community member but the law recording as board member in that capacity, so therefore it's subject to, Case Kulf, so therefore, what Matt records is, quote, discoverable through public records. Jill Bueller, yes. Tony DeLeo, discoverable to comply with. I'm sorry. Mike Glenn, we have an obligation to recording. Case Kulf, to make it, I'm sorry. You have an obligation to, Mike Glenn, because it is an official public record that the public entity isn't the steward of, so that is the problem the attorney points out you want to avoid. Jill Bueller, and if something happened, Case Kulf, I'd love to get some more information and maybe you can share with the other, Jill Bueller, it's too bad you didn't study this before him. Case Kulf, May I finish speaking, please? Jill Bueller, please. Case Kulf, I'd love to see the letter from the attorney that describes that, just so that I can understand that, and I don't. Jill Bueller, we need to get the same attorney that told you that. Tony DeLeo, Madam Chairman, if I could make a motion that we forbid Commissioner Reddy from recording this meeting. Mike Glenn? Jill Bueller, is there a second? Tony DeLeo, well, Madam Chairman, what's your call? Jill Bueller, I'm going to ask Matt again and try to explain that, again. The reason for this is that if a particular board member has what is considered an official document and something happens to that document that is in his or her possession and it is not the actual official document, even though it's discoverable, we have no way to refute, or if somebody did something with that or did something out of context, we would have no way to verify or validate. Case Kulf, I appreciate your clarification of that, and if I might, Matt, would you be willing to not record this session here today? I'd love to study this situation further, and maybe you and I can speak some other time about the importance or relevance of recording and then cover. Matt Reddy, no. I'm recording the meeting. If it is a record for the hospital, we can do the exact same thing we did with all the other recordings I made. I just put it in the same directory on the hospital server with all the other recordings. I do not understand the resistance everyone in the room has to recording a public meeting like we do every one of them. Tony DeLeo, required with recording, we have the problem whether you're recording it in the appropriate manner so it complies with the Open Public Records Acts or it complies with the Washington State archival requirements for maintaining public documents. Marie, as secretary of this board, is responsible for the maintenance and archiving of all official records of this board, because you are as a commissioner, because you're recording it, that makes it an official recording of the board, which means it under all these requirements. That is what I have a problem with. Matt Reddy, and all those requirements are met by the hospital just having a copy of the recording. Tony DeLeo, no, by having the original. Matt Reddy, well, there is no original. It's a digital. There's no original digital. It's copied. The minute it's copied to the server off the recording device, it's not an original. It's a digital image. Mike Glenn, well, it's council's recommendation. I think that we settled that discussion. The best practice is that this is to be avoided. This is not best practice. That was the recommendation, and I think that's what we are applying, or trying to adhere to. Jill Bueller, yes. Case Kulf, would it make a difference if this digital recording were made available to the secretary right at this time? I mean, would that, again, I'm exploring for some pie-in-the-sky compromise, and I'm trying to see if there's some way to bridge the gap with that. And I don't know if Matt would be willing to relinquish his digital recorder to the secretary. Would that make a difference in the situation or not? Tony DeLeo, well, yeah, if you're a commissioner who refuses to yield to the will of the board, that refuses to, Jill Bueller, follow policy. Tony DeLeo, follow the recommendations of the attorney, that's, Jill Bueller, and to follow policy. Tony DeLeo, and to adhere to the state of, Jill Bueller. Case Kulf, could I ask for the answer to my question? Jill Bueller. Case Kulf, could I ask for the answer to my question if it would make a difference to the rest of the commissioners if the digital recording were made immediately available so that? I can appreciate that that's not, Jill Bueller, it does not, because, Case Kulf, you understand the policy. Jill Bueller, it's not to me because it does not follow policy. Case Kulf, okay. Jill Bueller, and that policy was voted on by 4-5 of the people here endlessly because of, Case Kulf, in that case, I would like to make a motion to conclude. Jill Bueller, is there a second? Tony DeLeo, second. Jill Bueller, discussion. Tony DeLeo, Mike, I apologize for this happening. Mike Glenn, that's all right. Tony DeLeo, program to present. Mike Glenn, I'm just going to kind of point out the obvious that there are issues here. Matt Reddy, have we? I'll turn it off if we have officially concluded. Jill Bueller, yes. #end second transcript #. As soon as the recorder was turned off, Commissioner DeLeo scorned Commissioner Reddy, saying, "Well, Matt, you really fucked up that meeting." I left without speaking further about the issue with everyone present, since the meeting was adjourned and further discussion would be a violation of the OPMA. Commissioner DeLeo remarks after the meeting are shared here so you can understand the verbal violence of the incident. As you can see from the transcript above, the CEO and Commissioners Bueller and Dressler continue to be under the belief that the desires of the majority of the board to not be recorded is somehow a reason for harassing a citizen exercising a protected right of free speech and transparent government, guaranteed by the U.S. Constitution and the OPMA. After the above meeting, I was again hoping they would reflect upon this incident and realize they were deeply in the wrong. Unfortunately, on October 14, 2019, at another open public meeting of the Jefferson Healthcare Hospital Commission, the entire argument came up again. October 14, 2019 Commission meeting. The 14th of October 2019 Jefferson Healthcare Commission meeting was officially recorded by Jefferson Healthcare, but I do not have a copy of it handy, but you can confirm these details with the recording. At this meeting I attempted to resolve these insane, inappropriate, immoral, and possibly illegal actions taken at previous meetings in attempts to stop personal audio recordings of the meeting by asking the chair to make an official ruling whether a commissioner personally recording the meeting is in order or out of order. The chairperson, Commissioner Bueller, and the CEO, Mike Glenn, were extremely hostile to the suggestion and significantly aggressive verbal reactions occurred. The meeting was then recessed and the subject dropped. Throughout this same meeting, it was argued by the consultant running the meeting that day and the CEO that public hospital districts are not really full government agencies and shouldn't be treated as such. At the beginning of this open public meeting, the commissioners were all given the insane request to keep the discussions confidential even though we were not in executive session. At one point the CEO called the hospital district pseudo-governmental to emphasize this point. It seems this belief in the pseudo-governmental nature of public hospital districts is at the heart of their beliefs why it was okay to aggressively discourage, ban, recording of the two previous meetings, because to non-government agencies, the profits and privacy of the corporation is more important, and has legal and moral authority over personal rights. Indeed, in non-government healthcare agencies, the meetings are not open public meetings, and the agency and board majority would have the full right to stop someone recording. Someone just needs to inform my fellow commissioners and CEO that Jefferson Healthcare is a public hospital district, and that every action they take to suppress basic individual rights to transparent government and free speech are wrong. Are they legally wrong too? I don't know. I am not a lawyer. My attempts to use currently employed hospital counsel to resolve this have been unsuccessful. I believe this may be because the lawyers work for the CEO and not the commissioners. One hospital lawyer I contacted refused to discuss the topic with me, I believe after checking with the CEO. On another occasion, Commissioner Dressler said if I contacted a hospital lawyer to discuss this, I would have to pay for it out of my own pocket, a very strange attempt to create an economic barrier between a hospital commissioner and legal counsel benefiting the district. Questions for legal researchers regarding June 29, 2016 meeting incident. 1. Was the OPMA violated by the act of ordering Commissioner Matt Reddy to turn off his audio recorder? 2. At the 14-minute mark of the 29th of June 2016 meeting, Board Chair Commissioner Bueller seems to rule the recording out of order because it does not follow hospital district policy. Is hospital district policy relevant to the exercise of a constitutional right? Did this action violate the OPMA? Does it matter that they were all completely misstating the actual board policy? 3. If the hospital district has a policy that forbids an individual commissioner from recording a meeting, is that a violation of the OPMA? This would be a ban on recording written into a policy. 4. I believe it has been ruled many times that the right to record a public official in the public execution of their duties is protected by the First Amendment. Were Commissioner Reddy's constitutional right to free speech guaranteed in the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution violated during the clear attempts to ban recording on June 29, 2016? 5. If employees of a public hospital district and elected commissioners all verbally harass another commissioner regarding the exercise of a basic constitutional right, is this to be considered criminal harassment? If similar time was spent arguing with a member of the public or press attempting to dissuade them from recording an open public meeting, wouldn't that be considered criminal harassment, or I suppose an act that could be civilly litigated? Again, I am not a lawyer. 6. Since I believe a recording is essential for the competent performance of my duties as a public servant, is it not intimidation of a public servant to attempt to verbally nag me for 14 minutes to turn off my recorder? 7. From both transcripts above and the October 14th meeting record, which is available, as well as all the email exchanges available about this issue which could easily be obtained by interested parties, it is clear that Commissioner DeLeo, Commissioner Dressler, Commissioner Bueller, CEO Mike Glenn, and 2 or more hospital-employed attorneys all seem to have collaborated on this brilliant strategy to stop me from recording the 2 meetings mentioned. If the attempts to stop me from recording a public meeting constitute criminal harassment or intimidation of a public servant, which I am not qualified to judge, then the group of them working together to commit these possibly criminal acts could further constitute a criminal conspiracy. Do you think the actions constitute a criminal conspiracy? 8. If the actions taken to suppress my right to record are considered criminal, then since I was exercising my constitutional right of free speech and freedom of the press to record public officials in a public space, do these actions to suppress my right to free speech, as well as free press since I am also a writer, constitute a conspiracy against rights, a federal crime? Please note, I am not trying to have the immoral actions taken above prosecuted to the full extent of the law. I simply want to feel free and safe to exercise my right to record any open public meeting I attend, regardless of my status as a public hospital commissioner. I want to continue to enjoy all the rights guaranteed to me by the OPMA and U.S. Constitution, while serving in my role as hospital commissioner, and I see no valid reason that should be repeatedly called into question in heated public confrontations. I believe the actions taken to suppress my right to record were highly immoral, but over the past 6 years, none of the commissioner nor the CEO, nor the Jefferson Healthcare lawyers have seen fit to admit that. They all seem ready to take similar actions if I again attempt to exercise my rights. Is there anything you can do to help resolve this conflict and stop my colleagues from continuing to commit immoral and possibly illegal actions if I decide to take out my audio recorder once again and exercise my right to record? Thanks. Matthew William Reddy, Hospital Commissioner, 360-477-1447. 2019 Twitter Rampage, Matt Reddy. At Meditation Matt, November 7, 2019. Socrates rocked. Hermann Hesse Siddhartha is like the greatest book written. Show this thread. Matt Reddy. At Meditation Matt. December 20, 2019. Finally, a hospital lawyer is researching whether a public hospital district board majority can stop an individual commissioner from personally recording a public meeting. I can't wait to hear what policy they will suggest if they discover they can legally ban recording. 1. Show this thread. Matt Reddy. At Meditation Matt, November 7, 2019. Thorough. Show this thread. Matt Reddy. At Meditation Matt, December 20, 2019. If all efforts to nag the commissioner to turn off the recorder fail, then the meeting may be adjourned. Show this thread. Matt Reddy. At Meditation Matt, December 20, 2019. I suggested this board policy instead. If an individual commissioner chooses to record a meeting on a personal device against the wishes of the board majority, then it will be announced and no further comment made on the matter since it is a protected right. Failed 3-1 in vote. 1. Show this thread. Matt Reddy. At Meditation Matt, December 11, 2019. Exercising your constitutional right creates complications for the organization you are sworn to abide and comply with. The root of the entire conflict. My oath is to support the Constitution and impartially do the duties of my office. The details are discretionary. 1. Show this thread. Matt Reddy. At Meditation Matt, November 5, 2019. Michael Moore seems to try pretty hard to make important movies. Show this thread. Matt Reddy. At Meditation Matt, December 20, 2019. To clarify, the hospital lawyer has agreed to research the issue and report back to the board. First time this has happened in 5 years of conflict over this topic. This happened 2 days ago at our board meeting. Show this thread. Matt Reddy. At Meditation Matt, November 22, 2019. Do any existing religions express official opinions about simulated people? I guess we will find out once we start creating them. I wonder if religions would try to recruit simulated conscious followers. Or maybe try to manufacture them. 1. Show this thread. Matt Reddy. At Meditation Matt, November 18, 2019. The arguments given for why elected hospital commissioner Matt Reddy should turn off his audio recorder of the public meetings the 26th of March 2014 and the 29th of June 2016. 1. The majority did not want it recorded. 2. A Seattle lawyer did not want it recorded. 3. The CEO did not want it recorded. 1. Show this thread. Matt Reddy. At Meditation Matt, November 12, 2019. Do we believe in transparency or pseudo-transparency, truth or pseudo-truth, accuracy or pseudo-accuracy, health or pseudo-health, medicine or pseudo-medicine, science or pseudoscience, morality or pseudo-morality? Serious questions. Feel free to answer any time, humans. Show this thread. Matt Reddy. At Meditation Matt, December 20, 2019. Remember, when elected to public office, you are sworn to abide and comply with whatever the majority of the board wants. This is what democratic leadership looks like to some people. 1. Show this thread. Matt Reddy. At Meditation Matt, December 15, 2019. Actually, this is a picture of Circus Matt, or possibly the alter ego character from the upcoming Netflix-financed blockbuster Circus, which currently films on location in Port Townsend, WA. Show this thread. Matt Reddy. At Meditation Matt, October 28, 2019. And who did they buy this land from? The people who lived there, or a corporation, an abstract legal grouping of people/country. How do you sell something you don't own? Make the rules. Show this thread. Matt Reddy. At Meditation Matt, October 18, 2019. At the 14th of October 2019 Commission meeting, I asked the board chair to research and make a formal ruling whether a commissioner recording a meeting against the wishes of the board majority, e.a. the corporation, is in order or out of order as per Robert's Rules of Order. 1. 1. Show this thread. Matt Reddy. At Meditation Matt. November 12, 2019. Still no information forthcoming from anyone on this question. I think it could go either way depending upon whether we live in a free country or a pseudo-free country. 1. Show this thread. I would have to research that before our next meeting. I need some time to look into that. December 18, 2019 Commission meeting. Commissioner Beulah Rienstra. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Jefferson County Public Hospital District No. 2 Board of Commissioners Special Session meeting on Wednesday, December 18, 2019. This is being officially audio recorded, and times shown on the agenda or estimates only. We have two separate portions of the meeting. As usual, we have the first, which is the occasion topic, which is a review of the board book and board catalogue that will go from 2 o'clock until 2:45. We will recess and then come back at 3 o'clock with our business section. The meeting, we expect to conclude around 4:30. There will be an executive session at the end of this meeting, prior to the end of it. So at this time, we will go ahead into the education topic to review board's look in the board calendar. So we do have all commissioners present with the exception of Commissioner Koff, who we do expect to be here at some point. Right, shall we begin with some more book? No, to get 2 copies is brand new. One is the completed one was with everything accepted as it is written, and the other is one with red marks, and it show what the differences are in the old board. So if you remember, this is the one that we went over with Karma, and she and her staff incorporated these suggestions that we had made at our retreat, October 14th, into this document. So at this time, we can review it and see what the board thinks. So I think the easiest thing would be to do those audits with the tracking changes. And so do you all have bad credit? Yes. So the first one is on page 1. The mission. So I just updated it to our new missions. Isn't it our new mission statement that we have already ordered? Sorry, approve this. So this is just Commissioner Dressler, our edification. So with each item, do you want us to a consensus plan, or just there's a disagreement or challenge or discussion? Commissioner Beulah Rienstra. I think so. Commissioner Dressler. With each one. Commissioner Beulah Rienstra. Will be the easiest way, unless or we can just, if there's a motion for somebody wants to assess its entirety, we can do that as well. Commissioner Dressler. Statistical probability. Commissioner McComas. So, these really are all changes or recommended changes that we discussed and Commissioner Beulah Rienstra talked about at the retreat. Yes, is nothing in there that it's been modified. And if we sit down and change it, it will look like this. Commissioner Matthew Reddy. I think the section regarding the audio recording of the meetings needs to be flushed out, so it's crystal clear what will happen in any scenario that involves recording. So we don't have any public conflicts about, say, if I turned on my recorder right now, I have no idea if there'd be a huge public conflict. If we were at off-site, having a special meeting, and you guys didn't have the recorders here, I have no idea what you will rule. If I take out my recorder, I think our board book should clearly say what will happen is this right here. I don't know what it means. This was used to justify saying a commissioner will not record meeting, and I don't think it says that. If you want to say that, please just say that, because that's my thing. As it is, I can't vote yes if we don't fix the recording section. Commissioner Beulah Rienstra. Okay, well, there's a motion on the floor, and if I will go ahead and Commissioner Dressler talk to you today. But we're not adopting it today. Commissioner Beulah Rienstra, we're not adopting it. We're just adopting the motion for John's took. Commissioner Dressler. Us applications, accept the changes in there. Yes. Matthew Reddy. and changes need to be made to the recording section that are not made? Commissioner Dressler, will there be time or space to do that? When we adopt? Or we? Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra, just well, at that point, then, we either is foreign to you today. So if the board chooses, we can come up with a plan of what would happen if a commissioner recorded a meeting, and then we could submit that plan at the meeting next month, in January. And if it would pass, that would be added to the board book them, and if not, then, of course, the book can be adopted as it stands now with those with jumps, corrections. Lawyer John French, so we have a motion on the floor that we do need to vote on, and then I think the chair is correct, that you can make a separate motion today or next time to make additional changes, Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. So at this point, if there's any comment from the board, regarding the comments that John has made, guarding me, those 3 corrections, I'd like to hear the discussion. If not, then I call for the vote. All those in favor say yes. Commissioner Dressler, yes. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra, and those posts saying no, no. Chair votes yes. So we want to accept the comments and the recommendation. Do you want to bring up matter separate motion? Commissioner McComas, I asked the question first, too. So from a legal standpoint, anybody from the public can come in and record our media? Lawyer John French, as far as I know, yes, but don't quote me on that. Commissioner McComas, but they're part of the public, so my question is, if I as a commissioner recorded the science, when our secretary does the way it's set up here? And does my recording become a couple of documents? Lawyer John French, there is a risk of that, yes. So I don't want to rehash this conversation if it's already happened among the commissioners, and the only thing I can say is that there is a public recording of these meetings. So I'm not sure what the purpose of a separate recording is. Commissioner Dressler, but likewise, so if I decided to record the meeting as commissioner, and then so on my phone, so if it possibly is public record, so that means my phone could be taken and sequestered because of how it records and my address and all. Lawyer John French, I think you would be creating a public record. Commissioner Dressler, okay. So then I would have to hold on to that phone and that recording for how many years? Lawyer John French, I would have to look to see what the official rule is on that under the Act, but yes. Commissioner Dressler, it was 6 or 7, wasn't it? Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Well, in 2014 or so, we did run into this issue. What we found, it really searches yes, you do any individual, no matter who they are can record any public meeting anytime, anywhere in the state. Yes. And it is completely legal to do so. However, if that person happens to be a commissioner, the law then says any recording comes under the auspices of the Open Public Records Act, which means that must be archived properly and made accessible to any member of the public who wishes to receive a copy and in a timely manner. And if that is not followed, you are liable. In fact, Collin County 2 years ago settled out of court a lawsuit that was brought about a member of the public for this very same sort of thing. And the settlement was $500,000. What? So Google Pay the individual had to pay? No, the city did. Commissioner Dressler, what the city did? Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. The organization does, because the organization is the one that's liable. So any member, a member of our board, if they choose to record something do not our purpose properly, and do not make it available to public access in a timely manner, puts the organization at risk of a lawsuit, and for that Mrs. C has come out publicly in a document and stated that their recommendation of best practices for an official not to make a recording on a personal recording device. And that was corroborated by Mr. Berg, our attorney. And so that's why we advise against any recording by an individual commissioner. And any time, but yes. Does he have a right to? Does he or she have a right to move forward? Absolutely. Should they? I think that's to be honest, like Commissioner Dressler. I ask if there's a penalty for the person who doesn't penalty. I don't. Lawyer John French. I wouldn't know either. I'd have to do research on that specific question. Commissioner Dressler. If the perpetrator chose to do that, knowingly, that was not recommended. So would they be liable in any other way? Lawyer John French. Again, that's. Commissioner Dressler. Can the district sue me, for instance? Lawyer John French. Based on the fact pattern, it's really hard to give you an answer to that. That very broad question. But we can look at the Open Public Meetings Act and look at recording of meetings, if you wish, if we find that a fruitful exercise right now. But we still have the open question of whether there's any motion right now that's being made. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Here is there isn't, so really this discussion is irrelevant until there is a motion on the floor to make that change. And Mr. Reddy, you were mentioning that you have a specific motion that you would like to make regarding interest in the board. Matthew Reddy. I just want to know what will happen if a commissioner takes what will happen if a commissioner decides to record a meeting that the board is not recording. Say, let's take that scenario, like if it happens. Do I mean there's two things you could do? You could rule it out of order and say we're going to just not have the meeting because it puts the organization in jeopardy. That's an option. That could be practice, or you could say it's in order and nothing will happen. I don't know currently will happen based on past experiences. I have no idea. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. So I'm waiting for a motion. Can you put that in form of a motion so that we can then discuss it? Matthew Reddy. Well, I would move that it states if a commissioner decides to record a meeting on their own device, it will be announced and no further discussion of it will be held since they're exercising basic right. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. So that's the motion. Okay. So the motion is that, and is there a second, and then that would be included in the board book? Matthew Reddy. I'd say right below where we say we record the meeting so it's safe spot. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Is there a second to that motion? Commissioner McComas. Quite sure. So for us to have a discussion, we know for us to have a discussion, because the second, you could have the discussion and then you would have a quota. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. That's correct. So without second, we really can't discuss. Commissioner McComas. I'll second it. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. All right. Now we can discuss. It's been motioned and seconded that we allow, basically, a commissioner to record using their own personal device in our meeting. Commissioner McComas. Okay. So, yes, I think I know what Matt is after. So my question would be is how this is for John, probably. How do we not infringe on an individual's rights as a citizen and also as a commissioner, and still protect? Commissioner Dressler. The board. The district. Commissioner McComas. District. Lawyer John French. How do we not infringe on an individual's rights? Commissioner McComas. And stuff? Because anybody can, I think anybody could make a recording. So, but as a commissioner, I believe that it changes the dynamics because you are a commissioner. And so how do you? How do you protect the district from lawsuits or whatever? Because maybe that recording, well done legally, and maybe against the wishes of, depending on what our policy says, how do you protect the court from a lawsuit? Because maybe that wasn't archived or handled properly, and under the open down? Commissioner Dressler, the PGC have some. Lawyer John French. The threshold question is whether or not a board member can record over the objection of other board members. And I don't know the answer to that, so I would have to research that before our next meeting. I need some time to look into that. The other threshold question which hasn't been answered, and you're not required to answer, Commissioner Reddy, is why do you need a separate recording when we already record the meetings? That I don't understand. So if we don't need to do it, then, is there some other purpose other than the purpose of recording it under the Open Public Meetings Act? Because that, I think, is also an important question. If we don't need to get to the question of an individual's rights, because there's already a public recording, then perhaps that's easier for everyone involved. But that's up to you. I don't want to put any words in your mouth or anything. I'm just asking the question in case you chose to answer. Matthew Reddy. Might want to live stream. People might want to listen to that. It wouldn't just be a recording and a live stream. A lot of things you can do if you want to share what's happening in this meeting with the world. Okay. I mean, I have 5 live stream apps here. I mean, I would have been live streaming these a long time ago. Is that not been such a massive, crazy conflict? Lawyer John French. I can certainly look into that. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of Commissioner Randy's motion to allow a commissioner to record a meeting on his own personal device or her personal device? All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose saying aye. Commissioner McComas, aye. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra, Chair excessive pose, so it's 3 motion fails. I might mention, Matt, if you want to pursue this and come up with something that would protect the district and maybe work with John, that you know what, no matter that we know that the district would be protected. And you could record it then. I suggest you do that and bring it back in January when we actually vote for the book, and at that time, we could still make the motion. Matthew Reddy. I made the motion I thought protect the district best. I don't know. I mean, I'm open to whatever suggestions, but that was intended to protect us from doing something inappropriate when someone is exercising basic right. You want to careful how you handle that? Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Well, it isn't the right that we're questioning. We all agree that you have a right, or anybody has the right to do it. What we're saying is that there are consequences. It isn't handled properly and archivally, and in a way that the public can have ready access to it. So where is that going to live? Where is it that those rules must be complied with? Or it makes us open to liability, and adds cloud in the county already found it can be quite costly. If in the district would have no control over the archival new of it, where it's archived or accessibility, so that those are the things that I believe, would be the answers to prior to the board wanting to include it in the board book. Yeah. Commissioner Dressler, mask actually bad. A quick question on your Reddit question regarding this. So do you have to record the live stream? Or can you just live stream? If you're recording it for the future, or not the stuff that is happening, but live streaming? It's like something live-in? Yeah. So, Lawyer John French, it's a fair question, and sometimes the law is behind the technology, so we can certainly research that too. Commissioner Dressler. Because it doesn't have to be recorded and live streaming is allowed, then maybe the recording of it as member. Matthew Reddy. Though, I don't think that would be a sensible line to draw. A person doesn't need a reason to do something they have a right to do. They can just do it. They don't need to provide a reason or justification. Commissioner Dressler. That we've said to livestream so because I may be not as caught up in technology as other. Matthew Reddy. Jobs seem to need some reason to help them alleviate. So obviously, live streaming is one cause, but sometimes you just want to listen to it immediately, and walk out the room and listen to it in the car. You know, it's like, you don't but you don't, we don't need a reason. Lawyer John French. And for the record, I'm not saying that a reason is needed. I was just asking for clarification of your question, Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. So, we will move on now to the board calendar. April 3, 2018. The 18th of December 2019 blog post. Jefferson Healthcare Board votes 3-1 refusing to promise to not harass a commissioner. WHO records a meeting. January 21, 2020, author Matt, edit. At the 18th of December 2019 Jefferson Healthcare Public Hospital District Commission meeting, Commissioner Reddy made a motion that the Commission adopt the policy that if a commissioner decides to record a meeting on their own device, it will be announced and no further discussion of it will be had since they're exercising their basic right. The motion was rejected 3-1. The hospital attorney present at the 12/18 meeting said this in regards to the motion. The threshold question is whether or not a board member can record over the objection of other board members and, I don't know the answer to that, so I would have to research that before our next meeting. I need some time to look into that. After the motion failed by a vote of 3-1, Ward Chair Commissioner Rienstra said, Chair is opposed, so it's 3. Motion fails. I might mention, Matt, if you want to pursue this and come up with something that would protect the district, then maybe work with that, you know, in a matter that we know that the district would be protected and you could record it then. I suggest you do that and bring it back in January when we actually vote for the book, and at that time, we could still make that motion and, In response, Commissioner Reddy said, I made the motion I thought protected the district the best. I don't know. I mean, I'm open to whatever suggestions, but that was intended to protect us from doing something inappropriate when someone is exercising a basic right. You want to be careful how you handle that. We have Brad Berg's opinion on that. December 20, 2019. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Okay. Welcome to the Jefferson County Public Hospital District No. 2 Board of Commissioners meeting into regular session on Wednesday, January 22nd, 21st. Meeting of the year. So this is being efficiently audio recorded, and that times shown on the agenda are estimates only, they may vary. So the first order of business is to approve the agenda. Is there a motion to approve? So moved. All in favor say aye. Aye. If anybody's ready to make a motion, today adoptable request as amended. Section is second. Bruce. Is there any further discussion? Ready? Matthew ready. Yeah, I'm gonna vote no on it for the same reasons I discussed the last commission meeting. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. In which case you say your reason. Matthew ready. Doesn't adequately address what happens at the Commissioner Records meeting. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Then if there is any further discussion, no further discussion, then I will call for a vote, and all those in favor say aye. 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 Commissioner Kulf. I wasn't quite finished with the discussion, believe that. Not ready. Raised that question that meeting that there was going to be a report by John or someone either this meeting or the next meeting? Or at some specific time. I'm not sure if it was a specified time, so I just would like to do respect for Petitioner Reddy's concern. I just want to make sure that that's there still on the calendar for future, for learning more future danger? Or did I misunderstand what the agreement was? CEO Glenn. I didn't understand it to be. Lawyer John French. There was no formal direction by the board to ask me. CEO Glenn. Certainly wasn't 3 board members who directed us. Lawyer John French. But also that issue has been discussed, and we have had advice of counsel on that very issue in the past. I don't want to go into that topic with the board unless the board wants me to do so again, but we have Brad Berg's opinion on that, as well. Commissioner Kulf. Okay, in that case, Matthew Reddy. All right, we don't. So we have a written opinion from Brad Berg. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. We have a stet. We have a protocol that we will use. And that protocol is Commissioner is free to bylaw to certainly free to exercise their right to record or videotape any meeting. Caveat to that is that they must comply with the open that becomes a public record. And the question to anyone who would record would be, how does that person intend to comply with the Open Public Meeting Records Act? The law requires Jefferson Healthcare to exercise reasonable steps to gain access to the record, which we intended to fulfill. That person would have a legal responsibility with respect to that, and would what it would assess it take them coming up with a plan to preserve and archive that record and make it available under compliance with the IRC. Debbie is to any member of the public who wish to listen to it or download it or whatever they wish to do with it. That's the way it would be handled. Matthew Reddy. So again, do we have a written opinion from Brad Berg? Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra, that is. Matthew Reddy. From any attorney? Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra, we have This is what the protocol is. We've discussed it at length with Mr. Berg and Matthew Reddy. I did not. I talked to him once, but, Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra, I'm unclear as to what your point is here. Commissioner Reddy, you asked what would happen and I explained it to you. Do you have any kind of a motion or anything that you would like to make regarding this issue, and if not, then I'm going to move on with the vote. Hearing no such motion, I will move on to the vote. All those in favor of adopting the board book, please say aye. Commissioner Kulf, aye. Commissioner Dressler, aye. Commissioner McComas, aye. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra, aye. Those opposed, Matthew Reddy. Nope. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra, okay. It's past 3 or 4 to 1. Thank you. So now move on to the adoption of the board calendar. March 26, 2019. March 27, 2019. October 22, 2019. January 20, 2020 press release. Local politician Matt Reddy creates new Washington healthcare organization to combat private corporate influence over healthcare. February 27, 2020. Author Matt, edit. The Association of Washington Public Hospital Commissioners, OWC, created to counteract undue influence of private lawyers and corporations, including the OVD, Association of Washington Public Hospital Districts, and MRSC, Municipal Research Service Center, over elected leaders in Washington state healthcare industry. Port Townsend, Washington, January 20, 2020, Newswire.com. Elected Public Hospital Commissioner Matt Reddy is officially inviting all Washington State Public Hospital Commissioners to join the newly formed Association of Washington Public Hospital Commissioners. Currently, there is no reliable organization to help elected public hospital commissioners to collaborate or receive independent legal support, Reddy explains. Reddy has been embroiled in a 6-year dispute with fellow commissioners over the basic right of a person to record an open public meeting of hospital commissioners. On 2 occasions, when the hospital was not officially recording the public meeting, Reddy began recording the meetings on a personal device yet was asked to stop. On one of the occasions Reddy was ordered to turn off his recorder, yet Reddy refused. Reddy explains, I believe every word we say in these meetings is important, so I need a complete and accurate record of what we say. I don't believe this job can be done ethically or competently without an accurate record of our public process. Reddy believes something is wrong with public officials and public employees attempting to stop an elected official from recording the activities of the elected body during an open public meeting. I am pretty sure every person in Washington state has the right to record any open public meeting. I don't know why I have had to repeatedly defend this right. The arguments used against me have been a bunch of legalistic mumbo-jumbo. This controversy has been an enormous waste of time and taxpayer money. Frustrated by the 6-year dispute over the recording issue, Reddy decided to reinvigorate and relaunch the concept organization of the Association of Washington Public Hospital Commissioners. Reddy posted on the association's Facebook page the following stirring prose. I created the Association of Public Hospital Commissioners several years ago when I first realized the Association of Washington Public Hospital Districts was structured to prevent publicly elected officials from ever having power in the institution. Elected commissioners are banned from serving on the ORFT board. Now, after 6 years of struggling with a clear civil rights issue related to the recording of open public meetings, the Jefferson Healthcare recording fiasco, I am crystal clear that a non-corrupt networking institution for public hospital commissioners is needed. Public hospital commissioners are elected by the people. As a public hospital commissioner, I have sought support and guidance from the ORFT and the non-profit institution it funds to provide legal support to municipal corporations, the MRSC, to help resolve the 6-year dispute over recording public meetings. The MRSC and ORFT refuse to offer an opinion. The ORFT is controlled by hospital CEOs. The MRSC is funded by the ORFT. The money controls the work as always. We can do better. Let's build an organization that actually supports the fair functioning of democracy. As one of the first proposed actions of the newly launched association, Reddy proposed the following on his Twitter feed. As one of the founders of the Association of Public Hospital Commissioners, I asked the association to consider the following proposal. We help fund the creation of a network of competent legal researchers and lawyers to support public hospital districts. A network of competent legal researchers and lawyers to support public hospital districts could replace the role the Municipal Research and Service Center, MRSC, plays for public hospital districts. Why is this important? The multi-year conflict between Matt Reddy and the municipal corporation he serves as elected representative for may indicate an interesting edge in the fundamental struggle between private corporate power and public power in the U.S. healthcare system. Reddy says, if our elected leaders don't have the basic right to document the use of power in open public meetings, then people willing to abuse power will have no reason to fear accountability. The fact that an elected official has been repeatedly pressured by a corporate agency and other commissioners to cease exercising a basic civil right such as recording a public meeting, without a single comment from local news media, local leaders of either party, or any local citizen seems to indicate there is something strange afoot in Jefferson County, Washington. To contact Matt Reddy, please direct message him on Twitter or Instagram, at Meditation Matt. Jan 21, 2020 blog post. Jefferson Healthcare Board votes 3-1 refusing to promise to not harass a commissioner. WHO records a meeting. January 21, 2020, author Matt, edit. At the 18th of December 2019 Jefferson Healthcare Public Hospital District Commission meeting, Commissioner Reddy made a motion that the Commission adopt the policy that if a commissioner decides to record a meeting on their own device, it will be announced and no further discussion of it will be had since they're exercising their basic right. The motion was rejected 3-1. The hospital attorney present at the 12/18 meeting said this in regards to the motion. The threshold question is whether or not, a board member can record over the objection of other board members and, I don't know the answer to that, so I would have to research that before our next meeting. I need some time to look into that. After the motion failed by a vote of 3-1, Ward Chair Commissioner Rienstra said, "Chair is opposed, so it's 3, motion fails." I might mention, Matt, if you want to pursue this and come up with something that would protect the district, then maybe work with that, in a matter that we know that the district would be protected and you could record it then. I suggest you do that and bring it back in January when we actually vote for the book, and at that time, we could still make that motion and, In response, Commissioner Reddy said, "I made the motion I thought protected the district the best. I don't know. I mean, I'm open to whatever suggestions, but that was intended to protect us from doing something inappropriate when someone is exercising a basic right. You want to be careful how you handle that." Ashcroft, February 2020. Chris Ashcraft, cashcraft@code.jefferson.wire.us. Wednesday, February 19, 2020, 6:53 p.m. To me. Mr. Reddy, no attorney in my office can provide you with any legal advice. We do not investigate criminal allegations, so we cannot review your information to determine if a crime occurred. We do not prosecute any federal law. Federal law is only prosecuted by the Federal Department of Justice. Sorry, I cannot be more helpful, but there are legal limits on the powers of our office. Chris R. Ashcraft, Chief Criminal Deputy, Jefferson County, Washington. Original message from mattreddy@gmail.com. Date: the 19th of February 2020, 6:30 p.m. GMT-8. 2. Chris Ashcraft, cashcraft@code.jefferson.wire.us. Subject: Please help resolve this. Caution: this email originated from outside your organization. Exercise caution when opening attachments or clicking links, especially from unknown senders. On Thursday, February 13, 2020 at 10:21 a.m. Chris Ashcraft, cashcraft@code.jefferson.wire.us, mailto cashcraft@code.jefferson.wire.us wrote, "Mr. Reddy, the county prosecutor cannot give legal advice to either side of a local dispute. I am not sure what you mean by local dispute. I sent transcripts and audio of 2 open public board meetings, not private communication. If every person has a right to record an open public meeting, and that right is protected by the statute of the Open Public Meetings Act and the Washington State Constitution and the U.S. Constitution, then aggressively harassing a person repeatedly insisting they stop recording is a potential legal wrongdoing of some sort. I believe the legal language is statute violation or crime. Please consider the transcripts and audio referenced in my previous email a submission of evidence that I am happy to swear an affidavit to their accuracy. If laws were broken, then I am notifying you as prosecuting attorney for Jefferson County WA, and you might consider prosecuting those crimes, perhaps harassment, intimidation of a public servant, and/or conspiracy to do both those things, or conspiracy to commit a statute violation, I guess, if that's even legally plausible. The individuals who in the transcripts repeatedly asked me, Matt Reddy, to stop recording were Mike Glenn, Marie Dressler, Jill Bueller, Case Kolf, and Tony DeLeo. I am not a lawyer, but it seems plausible to consider all the coordinated effort to ban recording by my of these open public meetings is also a conspiracy against rights, which is a federal crime. Not sure about trying to communicate with the Federal Justice Department these days though. Of course, if you don't believe any criminal wrongdoing occurred in the incidents I've referenced, then I understand. I was not asking you to intervene in a local dispute. I was reporting multiple potential crimes and the perpetrators promising to do it again the minute I take out my recorder again. Thank you for your service, Matt Reddy. As the prosecutor represents the county, not individuals, I doubt we represent the hospital, as they have had their own counsel for as long as I can remember, and even if we were the attorney for the hospital commission, It would take a majority of the board to get us to render a legal opinion for the board. Ultimately, your best bet is to talk to your own attorney and see what they say, or search the internet for the state law on recording of private communication. Sorry I cannot be more helpful. Chris R. Ashcraft, Chief Criminal Deputy. cashcraft@co.jefferson.wire.us. Mail to cashcraft@co.jefferson.wire.us. Phone 360,385.9180. Fax 360,385.9186. From mattreddy@gmail.com. Mail to mattreddy@gmail.com. Sent Thursday, February 13, 2029, 47 a.m. to Chris Ashcraft, cashcraft@co.jefferson.wire.us. Mail to cashcraft@co.jefferson.wire.us. Subject: Please help resolve this. Caution: this email originated from outside your organization. Exercise caution when opening attachments or clicking links, especially from unknown senders. Hello. In March 2014, elected hospital commissioner Matt Reddy, that's me, informed his fellow board members and Jefferson Healthcare CEO Mike Glenn he would be exercising his right to audio recording future meetings. During 2 open public meetings that followed, when no official recording was being made, several other commissioners and the hospital CEO, with the apparent backing of multiple hospital attorneys, repeatedly aggressively asked Matt Reddy to stop recording. Transcripts of these incidents and audio recordings are available here in one of my blog posts. Recording an open public meeting is an action protected by the Open Public Meeting Act and the state and U.S. Constitution. Therefore, repeatedly badgering and pressuring a person exercising this right is wrong and should be stopped by authorities. I am not a lawyer, but I think harassment, intimidation of a public servant, and since these criminal acts were clearly done in planning by Commissioner Dressler, CEO Mike Glenn, and a Seattle lawyer named Brad Berg, starting in a 2014 phone call before the first recorded incident, then I assume conspiracy is also a valid charge. FYI, if it is agreed these are crimes against my civil right of free speech or freedom of the press, since I am a blogger too, then this mess could be considered a conspiracy against rights, which is a federal crime. Since these incidents, Commissioner Reddy has repeatedly requested the board to consult with a lawyer and decide if a commissioner personally recording a meeting is in order or out of order, to avoid future heated public conflicts over the matter. The Jefferson Healthcare Board Chair and CEO are currently claiming this is unnecessary and claim public hospital attorneys only need to respond to questions from the board majority. Legal counsel for official duties is apparently unavailable and inaccessible for any public hospital commissioners not in majority power. I believe that perhaps the actions of the CEO and other commissioners have taken recently and fully recorded during the latest board meetings to prevent any hospital lawyers from doing any transparent legal analysis of these events constitutes acts directly connected to preventing prosecution or accountability for this series of criminal acts begun in 2014. I have informed the Attorney General of WA of this matter, and they said to bring it to the Jefferson County Prosecuting Attorney. I have not yet filed it with federal authorities. I would like to feel safe at future board meetings to exercise my right to record, but I do not. In fact, at the latest meeting, Commissioner Bueller read a prepared statement that basically promised they would harass me with all the exact same invalid and irrelevant legal arguments if I attempted to record meetings in the future. Can you help me feel safe to exercise my right to record in future open public meetings in Jefferson County? Thanks. Matt Reddy, 360-477-1447. 420 35th Street, Port Townsend, Washington 98368. Sent from my iPhone. Email may be considered a public record subject to public disclosure under RCW 4256 Negation. View entire message. State Attorney, February 2020. Creer, Nancy J., ATG, nancy.creer@atg.wa. Gov greater than. Friday, February 21, 2020, 10:40 a.m. To me. Dear Mr. Reddy, it is more correct that local prosecutors do not investigate criminal allegations. Those are done by their investigative arm, county sheriff or city police, depending upon the matter and jurisdiction. The prosecutors file the charges if a case is referred to them and they determine that charges are warranted. Thank you. Nancy Creer, Assistant Attorney General for Open Government. Office of the Attorney General. From mattreddy@gmail.com. Sent, Thursday, February 20, 2020, 7:33 a.m. To Creer, Nancy J., ATG, nancy.creer@atg.wa. Gov greater than. Subject, questions about possible OPMA violations. Hi again M'(S. Creer. The local county prosecutor said, "We do not investigate criminal allegations, so we cannot review your information to determine if a crime occurred. I am very confused now. I submitted evidence of possible crimes, but they say that's not their job? Do you know if it is anyone's job? Thanks. Matt Reddy, 360-477-1447. Sent from my iPhone, on Jan 29, 2020, at 9:10 a.m., Creer, Nancy J., ATG, nancy.creer@atg.wa. Gov greater than wrote, Dear Mr. Reddy, thank you for your email below and the attachment. Please note we cannot provide you legal advice or a legal opinion. We are not your or your agency's attorneys, and we cannot advise or represent you. However, we can provide some general information about open government laws. You have asked about recordings of open public meetings by the public agency officials serving on the board/commission. Here is some general information. Public agency boards/commissions subject to the Open Public Meetings Act, OPMA, at RCW 4230 are not required to make audio or video recordings of meetings. If an agency board chooses to record its meetings, agencies typically have recording procedures because the recordings are public records. See discussion further below. The recording procedures may vary in some details from agency to agency, such as whether an audio or a video recording will be made as the official recording. Informal Attorney General Opinion, AGO, 1998 No. 15. We were asked to give an opinion on recordings of county meetings made by members of the public. We concluded that recordings by members of the public for meetings subject to the OPMA are permitted if the recording procedures are not disruptive, and that restrictions on the public's recording of public meetings can be provided only if the restrictions are necessary to ensure the orderly conduct of a meeting. We also determined there is no right to record executive sessions that are closed to the public. Elected public hospital commissioners attending commission meetings are doing so in their capacity as a commissioner. Regarding public records, elected hospital commissioners preparing, creating, owning, using or retaining records of hospital commission meetings in their capacity as a commissioner, including but not limited to recordings of commission meetings they are attending, and including but not limited to recordings on a personal device such as a personal cell phone, are creating presumptive public records of the agency, and public records are subject to the Public Records Act at RCW 4256. RCW 4256.0103, Meckling v. City of Monroe, 152 WN, App. 830, 222 3D 808, O'Neill v. City of Shoreline, 170 W2D 138, 243D 1149, Forbes v. City of Gold Bar, 171 WN. App. 857, 288 3D 384, Nissen v. Pierce County, 183 W2D 863, 357 3D 45, West v. Vermilion, 196 WN, App 627, 384 3D 634, West v. Puyallup, 2 WN, App 2D 586, 410 3D 1197. The PRA is to be liberally construed. RCW 4256.030. Public records are also subject to the records retention requirements in RCW 4014. RCW 4014.0101. Public records are the property of the State of Washington. RCW 4014.020. They must be preserved, transferred, destroyed or disposed of only in accordance with RCW 4014. Id. The above are some statutes to consider. While you referenced your First Amendment rights, we cannot conduct constitutional analysis for you, and you referred to your belief that there may be criminal conspiracy, harassment and intimidation involved in your communications concerns the recordings. If you have evidence to indicate a crime has been committed, you would need to contact your county prosecuting attorney. Thank you again, and I trust this assists you. As noted, this is general information only and is not legal advice or a legal opinion. You will need to consult with your agency's attorney or private legal counsel if you need legal advice or a legal opinion, or if you need legal research conducted for you. Sincerely, Nancy Creer, Assistant Attorney General for Open Government, Office of the Attorney General, from mattreddy@gmail.com, sent, Wednesday, January 22, 2020, 8:04 p.m. 3 a.m. 2. Creer, Nancy J., ATG, nancy.creer@atg.wa. Subject, questions about possible OPMA violations. Hi Nancy. I have attached a big document which I hope you can help me with. I look forward to hearing from you. Sincerely, Matthew W. Reddy, Public Hospital Commissioner, East Jefferson County Hospital District No. 2, 360-477-1447. February 2020. County Attorneys, Philip Hunsucker Funsucker@co.jefferson.wa.us. Thursday, February 13, 2020, 5:33 p.m. To Chris, me. All, the Jefferson Healthcare, also known as Jefferson County Public Hospital District No. 2, is not part of the county. It has its own board of commissioners and its own lawyer, but Jefferson Healthcare also has patient advocates and you can make a complaint to the WA State Department of Health. Their website states, comments or concerns. Jefferson Healthcare has a complaint procedure in which patients may participate without fear of jeopardizing their care. If the patient or patient's representative have concerns or complaints about any part of their care at Jefferson Healthcare, they are encouraged to speak with any department director or staff member on the unit or in the clinic. The patient may also contact Jefferson Healthcare, Patient Advocates, 834 Sheridan, Port Townsend, Washington 98368, p. 360,385.2200, extension 2235. Washington State Department of Health HSQA Complaint Intake Post Office Box 47857 Olympia, Washington 98504-7857. P. 360,236.4700. Philip C. Hunsucker, Chief Civil Deputy Prosecuting Attorney, Jefferson County Prosecuting Attorney's Office, P.O. Box 1220, Port Townsend, Washington 98368, phone 360-385-9219, direct, fax 360-385-0073. All emails sent to this address has been received by the Jefferson County email system and is therefore subject to the Public Records Act, a state law found at RCW 4200. Jan 15, 2021 blog post. Jefferson County Public Hospital District Commission votes unanimously on amendment about recording issue. January 15, 2021. Author Matt. Edit. On the 14th of January 2021, the Jefferson County Public Hospital District Commission voted unanimously to add language to the board book, the board policy book, that states if a commissioner independently records an open public meeting of the commissioner will promptly give a copy of the recording to the district for public records storage. The commissioners present seem to all indicate this policy will prevent future public confrontations and conflicts over a commissioner recording meetings as happened in 2014 and 2016 and which led to several public confrontations in the years following where those incidents were discussed. Many questions are still unanswered about this controversy, but the Commission is considering taking steps to answer at least some of those questions. The two questions that seem to be answered and agreed to by all members of the Commission. 1. A Commissioner has the right to record any open public meeting of the Commission, whether regular or special session, on-site or off-site, as do all residents of the United States. 2. No one can, or should try to, prohibit a recording of anyone in an open public meeting, even if they personally object to the recording. Neither of these 2 points were ever in doubt for me personally, but it is good that all the commissioners have now agreed on these two facts of law and ethics. Everyone also agreed it was appropriate to require by policy that commissioner give a copy of any personally made recordings to the district for safekeeping, but this was never controversial and has been the de facto standard of practice by me since the very first meeting I recorded in 2014. It is unfortunate and concerning that it has taken 7 years and enormous amounts of energy to get to this point, but at least some progress is being made. Jan 24, 2021, the board voted to hire outside legal counsel to answer any and all lingering questions related to a commissioner recording a board meeting on a personal device, including how the board should handle the situation to avoid public conflict, confusion, or confrontation. PT Leader article February 5, 2021, not aware of the 2016 legal opinion at time of writing this article, from the Port Townsend Leader. Hospital District will get legal look at recording policy for board meetings. Posted Friday, February 5, 2021, 8:30 a.m. Nick Twiat Mayor. twiatmayor@leader.com. Nick Twiat Mayor. twiatmayor@leader.com. Jefferson Healthcare's Board of Commissioners has agreed to get legal advice on whether board members acted appropriately in asking a commissioner to discontinue his audio recording of public meetings. The issue dates back to a March 2014 board meeting, when Commissioner Matt Reddy attempted to record the discussion topics for later reference. Other commissioners and hospital administrators present during the meeting pushed back, stating that it would place the hospital district in a compromising position by requiring it to maintain his recordings as public records. Reddy declined subsequent requests to stop recording by both board and administrative staff members. In the years following the initial incident, Jefferson Healthcare has begun publishing on their website the audio from meetings going back to 2017. The issue came up again at a special session last week that had one agenda item, a self-evaluation for the Hospital District Board. Commissioner Jill Buehler-Rienstra said she thought the board had established an adequate policy that properly addressed the matter of board members recording meetings, but added that some questions still remain. I think that what's left on the table is, were your rights violated early on? Buehler-Rienstra asked Reddy during the January 24 meeting. Do you feel that this is resolved going forward? She asked. I do not think really critical questions have been answered, Reddy replied. I don't see how we can move forward without feeling like we have adequate legal support to the board. It shouldn't be this hard to get questions answered. At multiple times throughout the meeting, Reddy and others referenced a series of questions drafted by Reddy and sent to the board members in advance of the meeting. The hospital district did not respond to the leader for a copy of the questions before the newspaper went to press Tuesday. During the January 24 meeting, Commissioner Case Kulf said the board should seek legal assistance in answering Reddy's lingering questions in order to encourage the board members to move past the matter. I would strongly recommend that we just go ahead and get a written legal opinion, right now, using Matt's questions, Kulf said. I will make that motion, because I don't think we're going to get anywhere discussing the past any further. I think we owe it to Matt to allow him to ask his questions and we will all learn from it, he added. The motion was seconded by Reddy. Just before the board voted, Commissioner Marie Dressler said she was worried about the costs of pursuing legal answers to the questions raised by the commissioner. You can probably get several different opinions from several different lawyers, so that is a concern of mine because they're pretty expensive, Dressler said. If this is the final adjudication of these questions, then I think that's reasonable. The board voted unanimously to get the questions answered by a lawyer. Board Chair Jill Buehler-Rienstra said she hoped settling the matter would lead the group to being a cohesive board that's dedicated to going forward for the best of the district. End article from Port Townsend Leader. Matt Reddy blog post about email from Admin Assistant and Board Chair Jan 26, 2021. In 2016, a legal opinion was obtained by Jefferson Healthcare Administration that directly addressed the major issues involved in the recording conflict discussed ad nauseum on this site. On Jan 26, 2021, the legal opinion above was given to the full Board of Commissioners of Jefferson Healthcare for the first time. The legal opinion had been shared with at least one commissioner before Jan 26, 2021, but it is unknown how many or exactly when. If more than 2 commissioners were informed of this opinion before the entire board, this would potentially be a serial meeting whether it occurred in 2016 or hours before the opinion was emailed out. The full board, including Matt Reddy, was not informed of this legal opinion existence nor given access to it despite repeated requests between 2016 and 2021 for written legal answers to the issues related to this recording conflict. After reviewing the 2021 legal opinion, the full board discussed the recording issue regarding what to do if a commissioner records a meeting on a personal device, crafted sensible policy based on the written expert legal opinion, and then voted to move on from the matter. It is my personal hope that all parties responsible for withholding the 2016 legal opinion from the full board will exercise better judgment in the future. If the 2016 legal opinion had been promptly shared with the full Board of Commissioner in 2016, all major issues related to this conflict would have been avoided in every one of these posts on this website, as well as an enormous amount of political philosophical art on my other social media feeds, would never have been created between 2016 and 2021 as part of Matt Reddy's public process of attempting to resolve this issue. Looking back, I suppose this art is the only measure of positive outcomes from this multi-year conflict besides the actual problem resolved and questions answered. In any case, I am personally exhausted by this topic and look forward to discussing other more interesting and meaningful topics related to the health of our community and the welfare of our world in general. January 27, 2021 Commission Meeting. Commissioner Beulah Rienstra. Okay, I am calling to order the Jefferson County Public Hospital District No. 2 Board of Commissioners meeting. This is a special session on Wednesday, January 27, 2021, and there's only one order of business, and that's our board's self-evaluation. It's a continuation from our last meeting earlier this month where we ran out of time. So we're picking it up where we left off, and there is no approving the agenda because it is the only item on the agenda. This is officially being recorded, and the times shown in the agenda are estimates only. So without further ado, we will go ahead and in case I know you have been working with Matt on issue that still needs resolution, apparently. So would you like to do a little update and synopsis? Commissioner Kulf? Sure, I'd be happy to give him read the request from the board for me to work with Not, and come up with some questions for an attorney regarding our history of recordings. I did have a number of discussions with Matt, and as I wrote in my letter to the board a couple of days ago, for myself, personally, I feel fairly satisfied with the information that came in the attorney letter from Foster Pepper. It answered, in my opinion, most of the questions that Matt and I were considering. However, and I'll let Matt speak for himself, we didn't come up with a consensus where I felt it was better for me to send my email to the board and for Matt to send his own separate email, which he did. And I believe that we should send questions to an attorney. And as I wrote in my letter to the rest of the board, I'm perfectly happy sending all of the questions that Matt has, even though I personally don't think some of them are necessary. But I would just assume have us all move beyond this question so we can become a better functioning board. Commissioner Beulah Rienstra. All right. We've all received cases and Matt's questions and documents. So is there this discussion from the board map? Would you like to say something now? Would you like to comment? Matthew Reddy. I pretty much said everything I have to say about it in the letter I sent to the board. I can read that aloud if you want that on the record. Commissioner Beulah Rienstra. Well, it is part of the record. The document is part of the record, but in order to save a little time, it's pretty lengthy. If you feel like you need to do that, then you're welcome to do that. But I think we all are aware of the issues. Matthew Reddy. Yeah, that's it. There's just legal questions. Commissioner Beulah Rienstra. Okay, first of all, I apologize for not getting that document to you, the Foster Pepper document, earlier. I had thought that the board had seen that document, Case and Bruce excluded because you weren't on the board yet. But I had read it, we had read it. Wait, this is the Foster Pepper document is the one that we've been referring to the entire time during this after MRSC, after we got the ruling from them. And then we did contact Foster Pepper and they provided this document. I thought, like I say, the board had seen it, and then it went out of sight. We kept referring to it when we say our attorneys stated this, and that was because of this document was referencing this document. And then I lost track of it. I found it. I was redoing my office, and I came across some files that I had in storage unit. I moved twice since this time. And I came across some documents in there, and going through that I found this. And as soon as I saw it, I said, oh my gosh, this is the definitive document. So I had it sent out to all of you. It was late, but I wanted to, and I certainly wouldn't have sat on it had I known that this was something that you hadn't seen. because it does verify what we've been saying all along. But I do apologize that you didn't have the opportunity to actually look through it before the meeting that we had a couple of weeks ago. But now you have had an opportunity to look at it, and I think it does answer most of the basic question, and at this point, I feel like we have resolved the issue. I feel that we have put a policy in place now, based on this in the newest edition of our board book, which we will vote on today at today's meeting. And I think what's left on the table is, and I'm putting words in your mouth, Matt, and so correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the issues are where are your rights violated early on? So is that correct? Do you feel that this is resolved going forward? I guess that's my question to you. Other than the past, do you feel like going forward, you are amenable to what we've done as far as the recording policy? Matthew Reddy. No, I do not think really critical questions have been answered. It sounds like you guys recognized that legal opinion that we were provided didn't really add any information. It said exactly what Brad Berg said to me when I called him in 2014. With exactly what it didn't really provide anything new. I knew we knew all of that. For some reason we weren't abiding by it. But no, I don't. I don't see how we can move forward without feeling like we have, adequate legal support to the board. We should be able to. It shouldn't be this hard to get legal questions answered. I mean, we run $100 million operation. The board should be able to get any legal question that has answered every board member. Shouldn't be we shouldn't have to spend 7 years trying to get the majority of the board to agree to answer a few questions. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Well, you don't think that your original question about being able to record and have it be a public record? You don't think that was answered in either one of these, the phone call or this document? Matthew Reddy. What? No, I do not feel like the legal questions have been resolved. I mean, I've known the whole time anyone can record the meeting. That's been I've known that that's why I was shocked that twice people tried to interfere with the recording of the meeting. But I'm not even really sure the value of this legal opinion because it's from the same attorney who apparently talked to Marie and Mike before the 2014 meeting, and unclear what advice he gave them that lead to, people interfering with the recording of the meeting then. So I'm just not sure the value of his legal opinion for really resolving anything. Commissioner Kulf. So if I might drill. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Yes. Commissioner Kulf, we could spend an awful lot of time going over what happened and I have done my best to try to understand Matt's perspective, and I think I do understand it. And I would strongly recommend that we just go ahead, get a written legal opinion right now, using Matt's questions. So I will make that motion. Because I don't think we're going to get anywhere discussing the past any further. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. All right, there's a motion on the table. And these questions are the ones now that you came up with and collaborated on the 7 questions, or is it these? I guess these are the same questions the same questions that we had prior? Are they both the same document, the same questions, one that you and Matt came up with, or Matt's latest version? Commissioner Kulf. I'm referring to Matt's latest version. I have not word-checked specifically to see if Matt included any further clarification or question in it. To me, that doesn't make any difference. I think we owe it to Matt to allow him to ask his questions, and we will all learn from it. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Yes, I was just trying to be specific for the motion. Yep. So that we knew what document we were voting on. Yes. So it's been moved. Is there a second to that? Second. Matt? Seconded. Yep. Okay. All right. It's been moved and seconded. Then I will have entertained discussion. Is there discussion on this from the board? Commissioner McComas. Yeah. I mean, there I understand. I think I understand where math coming from. There's certainly more questions than I would have asked. I wasn't involved in the time, so a lot of those questions involve things that happened in the past. I think a lot of the questions, other than a few about whether somebody's rights were violated, or whether we violated the, public meetings, laws or whatever, maybe haven't been answered. But I don't think we're gonna be able to move forward as a cohesive team until we get an answer. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Okay. Marie, do you have any comments? Commissioner Dressler. Yeah, I do have a comment. As with any legal decision by a lawyer or any opinion, by a lawyer, you can probably get several different opinions from several different lawyers. So that is a concern of mine, because they're pretty expensive, and if this is the final adjudication of these questions, then I think that's reasonable. I'm all for not spending money that we don't have to because we're not very flushed at the moment. It might be $100 million operation, but when we're losing money every month, that's not a good deal. We're here to serve the people of our community. Also, there is something about the board code of conduct and the role of the commissioner, which we've all agreed to serve in the best interest of the community and the organization. So with that, I have no issue with going ahead and getting one opinion, but it could easily be an opinion that some other attorney would disagree with. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Okay. All right, then if is there any further discussion? All right. All those in favor of hiring an attorney from the board hiring attorney to address these questions. The 7 questions that Matt has raised, say aye. Commissioner Kulf, aye. Commissioner McComas, aye. Matthew Reddy, aye. Commissioner Dressler, aye. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra, aye. So it's unanimous. We will address these questions and will you and Matt work together with it to find an attorney to do this. You said you came up with the questions to find an attorney that would be suitable. Yes. Commissioner Dressler, may I interact? I think I've sent to you before a case study by a firm of attorneys in Seattle, who took the case from Shoreline City Council, who were fined $538,000 for a violation. Ogden Murphy and somebody, I don't know if they're still in this kind of law work. But I would suggest that we are very careful about the attorney group we enlist because it has to be somebody who's working in this field or on a regular basis. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Well, it's case meant come up with an attorney, then they could bring it before the board and we could approve it. It has to be a board attorney, appointed attorney or hired attorney. So board has to be in favor of it. Okay. You look like you have something you want to say. Commissioner Kulf. Oh, I was just hoping to avoid having to do that. But I was wondering if this wouldn't be a wonderful job for our new secretary said since she seems to have a particular opinion. But if as a default, if Mari would rather not do it. I guess I would be happy to do it. Commissioner Dressler. I certainly don't mind doing it. But I think it would be better if I find this case study and send it to you and Matt, but I'm sure we're susceptible by the board. I'll do it along with Matt, obviously. Commissioner Kulf. Yeah, if you would be willing to do that part, that would be great. Mari. Oh, I'm not sick of it. It's just that I have spent quite a bit of time on this issue already. Commissioner McComas. So Mari? Yes. Maybe Mrs. C would have some recommendations. Commissioner Dressler. Yeah. But they also gave us the same opinion, certainly on the 2014 issue. Well, if I so it doesn't, I'm just the fear of wasting money. As long as this is the last time we consult an attorney that we have to pay on this issue, I'm happy. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Case? Commissioner Kulf. Well, I was going to say, as I understand it, the MRSC was basically telling us what the best practices were. The Foster Pepper letter confirmed that it is perfectly legal for anyone to record the meeting. The whole issue was what happens to a recorded meeting. I personally don't think this is going to be all that complicated and controversial. I can't imagine that much of the information isn't going to be the same. And I think it would also be important for us to send to the attorney appropriate information and/or links and/or recordings so that they don't have to go through all of our files and listen to hours worth of recordings. So if Commissioner Dressler, I think Case did do the job properly, they will do that. Commissioner Kulf, but for us, for example, the 2016 meeting in Shaolin that was very short of the 2014. And so that's not a problem. The 2014 meeting, I wasn't there and never listened to it. I don't know if it's recorded, I don't anyway, so I think it would be somebody needs to put together the packet to send them along with the questions. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Well, there are transcripts of both of those meetings, and I assume that they were taken off of recordings that were made at the meetings that Matt made. Commissioner Kulf. Right? I know that, Matt. Commissioner Dressler. Maybe we should do an open public meetings record and ask for that recording that Matt made. Commissioner Kulf. Well, maybe we should ask Matt, what happened to those recordings and who did the actual transcription that I saw published in Matt's books? Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Yes, Matt, can you address that? Matthew Reddy. Yeah. The recording from both meetings. After the meeting, I think it was Susie White asked me to give him to the hospital to put in the directory. So that's what we did, and I just hired people off the internet to transcribe them, and they weren't edited. So there's a lot of typos and stuff. They're not perfect transcriptions. Commissioner Dressler. Yeah, the transcriptions we were after to the actual recordings. Matthew Reddy. I think they would want the recordings, they would do their own. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Yeah. Commissioner Kulf. All right. Yeah. Okay, which case we have those recording? I just wasn't sure. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. All right. Commissioner Dressler. We still have the one from 2014 because we recorded it officially. After the beginning, I went with Susie White, we find a recording device and recorded it. Commissioner Kulf. And then in 2016. I know that Matt was recording until but it was a 10-minute meeting as far as I recall. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Yeah, we concluded it early. Matthew Reddy. Regarding the 2014 meeting, Susie White did leave the room to go get a recorder, but she didn't actually record the beginning where the conflict back. Correct. But that recording is in the possession of the hospital. Or I'm sure I have it. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Okay, so it'd be available for the attorney, that's the main thing? Matthew Reddy. Yep. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Okay. All right. So Marie. Commissioner Dressler. So just to clarify, I will work with Matt. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. So are you going to provide information to Matt and Case? Or Case, do you want to defer to Marie to work with Matt? What be your preference? Commissioner Kulf. I would love to have Marie work directly with Matt, because we can't have 3 people working on this anyway, and if she's willing to do that, and send it off to an attorney of her choice, I'd be very happy. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. All right. Commissioner Dressler. It should be the board's choice. Commissioner Kulf. Okay. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Well, we will. I think we will. That makes sense to me. Okay. So I will appoint Marie and Matt to work on finding an appropriate attorney and answering these 7 questions. This once and for all, and moving on, and be a cohesive board that's dedicated to going forward and for the best of the district. Commissioner Dressler. Clarify, This is gonna be the last time we deal with this subject. We get one attorney's opinion and period, or one attorney firm's opinion. And then this is done. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. That's what this motion says. At this point, we're not stipulating that it's the final answer, but we're stipulating that this is answering the questions. Commissioner Kulf. If I could comment, Mari, I hear your desire and I agree with the desire to not spend any more money on this. But we as a board, once we get that attorney opinion, we as a board should spend a little bit of time reading over it and discussing it. So, Commissioner Dressler. Absolutely, case. I have no issue with that, but I'm just different attorney, and then you get different opinions, and then we're continuing for another year or so. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. No, I agree. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Right now we've got this settled, and we will be going ahead on this with answering those 7 questions. Matthew Reddy. Can I ask a clarifying question? Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Yes. Matthew Reddy. So I think so is Mari and me being authorized to contact an attorney on behalf of the board and something like to inquire if they're available. I think we need some to know that we're able to say we're doing it on behalf of the board, not doing it individually. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Yes. You're authorized on behalf of the board to ask questions and to get estimates. Matthew Reddy. Okay. Commissioner Dressler. Do you suggest how many we should contact once we've found suitable attorney firms? Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. I don't think that's an answerable question at this point. I think if you just explore and get a couple, or I can't say how many exactly because I don't know how many out there are qualified for this. But as many as it takes for you to be satisfied that you feel that it would be a good fit. Commissioner Kulf. Okay. Mrs. C. might really be able to help without Mari. Commissioner Dressler. Oh, absolutely. But I want to cross all the T's and dot the I's and know that we're going to deal with this in appropriate and thorough manner. And get it resolved? Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Yes. Let that be the guy. Commissioner Kulf. And if you want to bring us a dozen estimates, that would be fine. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. All right. Any other comments regarding this particular issue? All right, then. Is there anything else that we'd like to discuss as a board? It's a board evaluation. So does anyone have any other comments about how the board is working together? Or what you see going forward? Something that we're lacking, something that we need to do more, something that we need to do less? Commissioner Kulf. Well, I'll just make a few quick comments. First of all, I really appreciate the tone that we've had during this conversation, which has been a difficult topic. And so I have a sense that already our working relationship is improving. And I know that there were 2 topics, or one topic in particular, that Bruce and I were going to be following up with Mike on, that had to do with the strategic planning portion of the board book. And so I think that will have some implications for how the board functions this coming year. So I'm looking forward to working with Bruce and Mike on that. And then we also agreed to have 2 many retreats during this coming year. And I don't think those have been scheduled yet. Nor have we decided exactly what the topic would be, and did we decide who and how those topics are going to be determined? I guess my short-term memory is failing me here. So which is the nice thing about having 5 people on the board? Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Well, we haven't scheduled them yet. I think we can talk about them right now if you'd like. When do you how best do you think we could use these special sessions? Are we looking for? I know that one thing that you were talking about was going back with Karma and talking about her governance system. That might be one idea. Commissioner Kulf. Right, I think that would be a very helpful thing for us to look at. We did spend quite a bit of money having her come here, and she spent virtually the whole day talking about generative governance. And so it would you in order for us to benefit from a short retreat on that seems to me that we are going to need to dust off the book and thumb through it. And or look through the minutes. I ran into the handouts that she gave recently, I ran into those. I think if we were to look through those handouts, skim the book a bit, and then have a conversation about that. I think that would be an interesting conversation. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra, and another interesting conversation may be the book that which she puts out that 15 questions yes, to ask. Think, Bruce, have you seen that book? I don't know if it's a spiral-bound book that it has 15 board questions, 15 questions boards, every board should ask. Some of them really aren't appropriate for a hospital district or public hospital district, especially when our size kind of tries to cover all kinds of boards. So and one size doesn't fit all. Think cases getting a copy of it? Commissioner McComas, I haven't seen it up close and personal. I saw a copy of that case at one of the board meetings one time, but that's all I've seen. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Yeah. Okay. I think that would be a good place to start. And maybe that would answer give us some guidance as to the generative form of government as well. If we can order one for you. And I don't know, I still have one. Do you have one, Murray? Do you have one still? Matthew Reddy. Talking about that booklet? Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Yes. That 15 critical questions. Commissioner Kulf. Actually, unfortunately, Jill, there are 23 questions, but total is going to take us a little longer. Oh, political questions, Matthew Reddy. I might be able to find that, but so, Commissioner Dressler, I think it's been updated. Commissioner Kulf, really? Matthew Reddy, but I think that'd be a good thing to work from. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Yeah, I think okay, well, why don't we plan on doing that first, and we could schedule that. Looks like we have pretty open. Commissioner McComas. Brittany, could you get a copy of that for me? Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Yes, absolutely. Admin Assistant BH. I made note of that. All see what the most recent copy. Case, can you tell me that publication date on that? Commissioner Kulf. And I don't see a date. Believe it or not, Admin Assistant BH. I'll look online and see what I can find. And I will get that you said it was a critical questions was what it was called. Commissioner Kulf. Called Critical Questions, and it's published by the Washington State Hospital Association. Admin Assistant BH. Okay, great. I will reach out to Josh, if I have any issues getting a copy of that. And I'll get updated copies for you all. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Yes. It'd be good to have all of them the same. Unknown speaker. Exactly. Yep. I will take care of that. Thanks. Thank you. Commissioner Kulf. Oh, wait, here. I see a date on the back page. It says December 2014. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Oh. Maybe they've changed a little bit now, added some. So shall we do this? It looks like March might be a pretty good month. How does that fit with everybody's schedule? Commissioner Kulf. Yeah, March works for me. Unknown speaker. It depends on when. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Okay, when are you not available? Commissioner McComas. Probably the week of that. Okay. To the following week, right in the middle. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Okay, so we'd either have to do it. We'd have to do it the first week then because of last week could be our commission meeting. Commissioner Kulf. And are we looking at a particular time of day and day of the week? Commissioner Dressler. Getting back or getting available? Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. I can't quite hear you, Mary. Commissioner Dressler. Can I ask when Bruce is going to be available after the 8th of March? Commissioner McComas. I would be back in town on the 21st. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra, we can also do April, but about April. Is that a better month? Commissioner Kulf, I prefer March. In that very first week in March would be ideal. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. All right, is that how does that work for everybody? Matt? Works for me. Okay. So let's plan it. Does Wednesday work for everybody? Commissioner Dressler. No, the 3rd? Commissioner Kulf. I would prefer Tuesday the 2nd, if that works for people. Commissioner Dressler. No, that doesn't work for me. Commissioner Kulf. Okay. And how about Monday the 1st? Commissioner Dressler. Not good. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Now I've got a couple. Commissioner Dressler. Of things on my schedule. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. How about Friday the 5th? Commissioner Kulf. Thursdays and Fridays are a little harder for me. Did the 3rd not work for somebody? Commissioner McComas. Actually, I have a short doctor's appointment the day between 10 and 11. Commissioner Kulf. What if we did an afternoon on the homestead? Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Yeah, we could do Wednesday afternoon, say, started the 1 and go for 3 hours. Commissioner Dressler. 2 to 5. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. 5, that was? Commissioner Kulf. That would be good. Unknown speaker. Works for me. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Good for me that. Matthew Reddy. Yep. Good for me. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. All right, then to 2 to 5 on Wednesday. Commissioner Dressler. Unless there's a miracle, we'll be on Teams, right? Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Okay, and then do you want to try to plan the other special section? Let's wait with the other one, because we may be able to meet in person by them. Right. And that would be a whole different logistic. Commissioner Dressler. And we're doing the critical questions in March, correct? Commissioner Kulf. I'm a little concerned about us spending the time looking at the critical questions because there are 23 of them. Commissioner Dressler. Maybe we can do some of them as our education through the year. Commissioner Kulf. That's actually something that I recommended a number of years ago. And I'd love to have us consider that on an ongoing basis, because if we were to say every month, please read a couple of pages and then spend 10 or 15, even if we were to spend 15 minutes talking about those things out of a regular meeting, I think in a year we could cover the critical questions, at least be aware of them. And I would prefer to see us spend the board retreat time going over the Governance as Leadership book, which, I hope everybody still has, and if not, we can still get one because it seems to me that Jan 20, 2023 Commission Meeting, Port Ludlow. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Okay, I'm going to call the order the Board Commissioners for the Jefferson County Public Hospital District member to retreat in 2023 towards January 2023. In memory of air import weather and announcement, we are going to be recording to see and thank you, Matt. You did ask for this to happen, so we are doing it. However, we are having a bit of a glitch and the recording is the setup is not what we would hope it would be, so there may be some difficulty in replaying it or listening to later on. We're doing our best. We're working on it. And please, everybody speak up, speak clearly so that we can do the best we can. And at this point, then I am going to turn to the purpose of this meeting is. We have 4 objectives, and I'm going to turn the meeting over to Carmen, and she is going to take us through this today. Commissioner Kulf, so question to approve the agenda or anything? Which would you typically? Well. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra, yeah. Well, yes, actually, for Robert's Rules of Order, the agenda is not ready unless the board. So it's not official agenda, and so is there a motion to approve the agenda? Commissioner McComas, so move. Second. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra, discussion? Yeah. Commissioner Dressler, so the valuation survey, is that executive as we are in an employee sort of mode in discussing that or not? Consultant Karma B. Do you have my understanding for legal counsel? And I don't know detail of the Washington state law, but my understanding is that for self-assessments don't fall under the category, right? Employee assessments, so this is all done in public session. CEO Glenn. That's my understanding. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Bueller-Rienstra, any other discussion on the agenda? All in favor say aye. Aye. Okay. It's 100. Person. Great. CEO Glenn. So usually, I feel compelled to introduce our speaker a little bit, but it's Karma. Was able to join us and yeah, right. But when I do want to give them a shout out that Carmen and I talked just over a month ago about setting this up, and that when I told her we kind of wanted to do this in January, she said, oh dear, here's all the things that has to come together on our part and your part. But we'll lean into it if you do. So, shout out to Carmen and Linda and Megan and her team for making this a priority and pushing along the work. And a shout out to all of you. Because I think, minutes after our discussion home, Congress office started pestering all of you to respond to calls and surveys, bombarding, but that it was largely my fault, because I said, Karma said, how about into February? And I said, how about a middle of January? And we said, early January. So thank you very much. And we look forward to another very informative day. Consultant Karma B, thank you. You're so welcome. And I do appreciate the acknowledgement. We will pass it along to the people back in the office that have really did the work to make this come together. And thanks to all of you, Mike and the commissioners, for making yourself available and Case as well while you were on your family time, and so thank you. CEO Glenn. Suffering from the robotics. Consultant Karma B. I do want to note again, because this is a public meeting and because it is being recorded, that the room we are in is in a public hotel and there is a sign on the door with the agenda and it says public welcome, please come in. We've closed the door so that we don't get hallway doors noise, but I don't think anybody who shows up would be discouraged from coming in. We have seats available for the public, but currently there is no one here other than the commissioners, the other team, the support team, and my colleague. So good morning, everyone. John, nice to see you. Thank you. Thank you for having me back. It's really a pleasure to be with you all. I think as we get into the board self-assessment, the data that we have for your board, going back now to 2017, I think, is some of the longest standing data that our firm has in terms of consistent use of the same survey tool. So don't tell the others, but you all are one of my favorite for the objectives that we had developed, and I want to introduce my colleague, Linda Summers. She'll introduce herself in a moment, because she's going to actually walk through the board's self-assessment results and the interview summary. She is the one who, as you know, did the interviews of all of us, so she's going to walk through that, but she's the Chief Operating Officer and Managing Principal at VIA. She has a very significant background in healthcare, and very relevant and interesting experience, both to what you do and what we do with Thea. So she's been with us about a year and a half. And I, to be honest, I stole it from IBM Watson Healthcare, and I was really surprised. I still sort of trying to keep up. So anyways, I'm really glad that Linda can be here with me, to the objectives that we identified based on the conversations that we have with each of you and with Jill and Mike and I, and Linda had a couple of conversations just in planning for the day. Are these here? And Matt, just so you know, Linda has texted Megan and asked her to PDF the PowerPoint that we're using and email it to me. It's a very large file, because there's pictures and stuff. So I don't think emailing the PowerPoint itself would come through, but as soon as Megan is able to turn it into a PDF, she'll send it to you on your email. Are you able to see your email wherever you're sitting there? Matthew ready? Yeah, that'd be great. Consultant Karma B. Okay, great. And I'm sorry that you don't have it already. But hopefully, it will be if you don't get it in the next 20 minutes or so. Let us know. And we'll check on it. Thanks. So the objectives are to look at the board's self-assessment results. That's part of what you say in your foreign policy book that you want to do every year. The board policy, your creative view, is also part of your annual work, and we have that on our agenda today to talk about. But I think that the real meat of the day is this third bullet, which has to do with seek increased trust and collaboration through open dialogue. And so this is really where I hope we can sink our teeth into the conversation today. And please consider me to be your guide and coach in this regard. As I have come to the fore you for the 5th time or so, I always get a little bit nervous about, how much more thing can I share with you? I mean, I have learned a few things in the past couple of years, myself, that I hope I can share with you. But at the same time, my role here is not to necessarily teach you. You all are actually doing the work that I travel around and advise people on, and as I'm sure you all know, it's much harder to do something than it is to talk about it. So I've come before you somewhat humble in the sense that what I'm talking about is harder to do than to say. And my intention here is not to share anything new or fresh or novel that you haven't heard or before or don't already know, but rather to create a container and an opportunity for practicing this in the same way that a coach does for a team. If the coach doesn't tell the team things it doesn't already know, but rather kind of encourage the practice of the behaviors and the activities that get the team to the place it wants to go ultimately. So that's what we're going to focus on today. And then talking about the commissioner roles and as a community ambassador, Fisher roles and advocacy and fundraising. And then kind of as we go through the day we'll be taking notes, but we'll also reserve time at the end of the day to say, okay, given all that we've talked about, what do you all as a board as Michigan want to commit to for the coming year? So that those are the things that we have decided that based on your input might make sense to spend the time doing today. But I would like to take a moment here at the beginning of the day and go around and hear from everyone what your thoughts are and what your goals are in coming into the meeting today. What would you like to see accomplished? What, as you were preparing for this, I hope that you all were able to get the Finn Book of Trust that we sent to you in the mail. If you had a chance to review it, maybe you were reflecting on information in that. What are you hoping we do today that will make a difference for this board going forward? If anything, and so, Bruce, just because the person on my left, may I pick on you to start? Commissioner McComas. Sure. I'm in agreement with that, when you have to their retreat objectives. Personally, I hope that you've worked your magic in the past on different things, and so I'm hoping that we'll come away from this retreat able to work as a more cohesive. Commissioner Dressler. Board retreat objectives are simple. Exactly, probably what we need, like Bruce Genebank, coming away more cohesive, I think, to know that all 5 of us have a common goal of supporting the organization, supporting the CEO, not just in words, but in deeds, reflect on where we've come from, and know that we can do better. And we've got this exciting project for our patients that I think should probably help us. To that end, I think there's been some distrust amongst the board or through the board. And if there's a method or way of finding to alleviate that distress, and some of us to work through a common goal, what is the purpose of us being on this board, each one of us individually? And my goal, my objective, my reason for trying to get on this board and beyond this fall, it's always been patient, the organization, Patient Care Network, retired nurse, and nurse practitioner when I was in England. that has always been the patient should come first, vote should be the patient, that quality, the safety. And so if we can all be on the same page, and that focus, I think we will solve not only as a board, but as the organization is successful in what we're trying to do now. But there's one thing that frustrates me, I think, is that we don't seem to have the same objectives sometimes. Thank you. Consultant Karma B. I'll let you join in as the CEO, and I hope all of Fishers will agree and equal partner at the table today for conversation. What are your goals? Probably 2. CEO Glenn. Clarification of roles. And I think when we started this work, 6, 7 years ago, was really focused on black and white, it's governance operations, and there's that's pretty easy. This is the lane of administration, this is the lane of governance. What we've discovered, shocker, is that there's this third grey lane, that overlaps a little bit in both. And Case and I've talked about that a little bit, and we concluded that since it is grey, the best recourse is to just talk about it and say here's what I think and hear back from what the boards think, and then maybe clarify, make that grey a little bit more clear. And secondly, just a commitment. I mean, we at the hospital, we're pretty focused on that high achievement. And the way we do that is that every person on the team understands what being a high-performing CNO looks like, what being a high-performing CFO looks like. And so I want my team to be committed to that, and I'd like the board to be committed to that, because if we're truly going to achieve the next level that we want to achieve, if the leadership plays a very important role, but sort of the board, real crucial role, so a level of consensus and commitment from the board that, yes, we want to be a high-performing board in supporting the organization via high-performing organization. Commissioner Kulf. As well, I certainly agree with what Mike and Marlon and we said, those line up very well with what I hope to accomplish today. I just have to name the elephant in the room, something that's been on my mind for the last couple of days. And that's the article in the PDN, which raised some serious questions for me, in terms of what kind of information can we share with the public, when it comes to differences of opinion, number 1, and number 2, are thoughts about my Glenn and his performance, and so I would love to have us help conversation. And it's probably no surprise that you've probably heard that it's the article in which Matt was contacted, and in which Matt gave some information about the evaluation of Mike, in a blog that was then quoted in the paper. And so I think that's something that sort of bothers me at a gut level, and something I need to talk about with this group in terms of what does that mean for trust? And were certain guidelines violated? And I think there's no better opportunity to talk about that than here with you. I hope that we can address that very specifically, indirectly. Consultant Karma B. Thank you. Our work will work toward that end. And please remind me as we go through if we don't get there, because I want to make sure we touch on that. Matt, what would you like to share, what your thoughts are in terms of what you hope we'll work on today, or what we might hope to accomplish? Matthew Reddy. Yeah, just working together better to tell the support, the health of the community, and the mission of our organization. Great, thank you, Gil. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. All of the above. But I guess, for me, it boils down to one word, and that's harmony, realizing that harmony is a blending of different voices that come out into one sweet melody. And that's what I want for this board and for our organization, and I think that entails clarification of roles, and commitment to being harmonious. Consultant Karma B. Great, thank you. That's very helpful as we go through to hear what folks are anticipating. I'm a person who's always gone to the gold star, so I want to know what your expectations are coming in. And we do have a meeting evaluation at the end of the day that we'd like to have all the commissioners complete, of course, in our usual practice, so I'll put that there so I don't get them out to you. And as we go forward, I hope it goes without saying, but I'll say it anyways, this really is your meeting, and Live-In and I are here to facilitate the conversation in the way that's going to serve you and serve your important mission and the communities at the highest level. So we have prepared PowerPoints because we are good consultants. The meeting is not about the PowerPoint, and the meeting is not even about the agenda that you have approved. We can change that agenda if you need to. And certainly the agenda categories are broad enough that they should encompass, I think, everything you've mentioned here already, but as we go forward, we are flexible. We will adapt as we need to. This really is a meeting that you're going to devote 6 or 7 hours of your life, and we want to make sure that those are for hours you don't regret spending with us. So I have this slide here, it's the iceberg slide. And you all are probably well familiar with it by now. And I use this as a reminder. And to be honest, it's a reminder to myself at the beginning of retreats as well. What we're doing here is creating a container for a conversation. And every meeting has to have well in order to, be duly called and follow Robert's rules, the agenda, and the materials, and the right people in the room, and the timeframes and the structure. But those things in my mind are really just the 10% of the iceberg that they say is above the waterline. What really is the thing that you want to, focus on, be aware of, and if you don't, it could sink your ship, is what the 90% of that iceberg that is below the waterline. And that's the group process, the feelings and needs, the informal leadership, the group dynamics, interpersonal communications, and the like. So what I hope we can do today is what I've asked you previously, and you've all been so gracious to join us, is to just lower this waterline. And case, it's a great example of the elephant in the room, let's just put it out there and talk about it. And Linda, and I have some observations to share with you and some ideas and some possibilities that we will put out there for you to consider as we go forward. When I were talking about this yesterday, on the drive over from the airport, that we are, we don't have to be right in any of our thoughts about what might be going on. And one of the things that I'm just very present to, in my life, in general and in the world at large, is that no one is at their best right now. What we have been through in the last 3 years is something that none of us in our lifetimes have had experience dealing with. And certainly, some people have handled it and processes more easily and more readily than others. So I don't mean to imply I know what your particular situation and circumstances. But I would encourage us all to be mindful of the fact that no one is at their best right now, and no one has been at their best for 3 years, unless you're maybe a type of person that I probably wouldn't enjoy spending time with. And I don't feel that way about you. So I think they're saying, and I keep meaning to go look it up, and I think somebody famous said this, but like any old fool can survive a crisis. It's what combat comes after, that'll kill you. And I think it might be Mark Twain, but that idea that any old fool can survive a crisis, it's what comes after that. Oh, really getcha. And I think that's exactly where we are. We have an end with apologies to those that actually work in hospitals, because COVID is not over, folks, by the way. And one of the frustrations that I'm having to manage internally with many of the boards that we are working with, and I don't think it applies to this one, because you all are pretty well grounded in what's actually happening in your facility, in your organization. But many boards have just gotten so tired of talking about COVID. They're really bored with it, and they're actually almost like internally a little frustrated with their executive team that they have to keep hearing it. It's kind of like, and I hate to put it this way, but I think some boards are treating their executive teams and their clinical leaders like the boy who cried wolf. It's like, yeah, hey, yeah, we know, it's hard. Yeah, we know. Your doctors are stressed and your nurses are stressed and you can't find enough nurses. But that was what you told us last month, and last year, and 2 years ago. So come on. Now let's talk about something else. I have a board in Southern California that's launching a review of their bylaws and their governance oversight responsibilities. This month, I was emailing this morning, and that's fine, right? You're supposed to do that. This board actually was established 3 years ago, and so it's time for them to look at their governance responsibilities and their bylaws. But I feel as though the board leadership is like raring to go on this project because they're like, okay, where are all the board resolutions and where is this board happens to oversee about 11 other boards across a very large geography, and I feel as though I'm trying to play a little bit of interference and help the board members feel like they're being well tended, because I think they felt, and they would never admit this because they're good people, but they're feeling a little bit like neglected, like I have kind of been ignored. And yes, we were very supportive while everybody was going through COVID, but, we need to focus on governance stuff now, and there's been turnover in the leadership. CEOs are retiring and taking other opportunities like crazy, and this organization is no different. You're on their 3rd or 4th regional chief executive in 3 years. And they're just kind of like, we want to work on our work, and you need to help us do it. And, again, nothing wrong with that, except for the fact that the regional executives are just slammed. The financial situation in hospitals and health systems around the country has never been worse, not in my lifetime. And not since the creation of these big organizations that we call health systems. It is really, really dire out there in terms of the finances. And that's why Washington State Hospital Association did that big survey, and there was the Seattle Times. It was an office of Drive Hudson, or an article, maybe both. And so this is very real, for the people working in hospitals, and for boards. They're very tired of it, and we are all tired of it, right? I mean, I'm really tired of COVID, so long-winded and not to, and I apologize. I don't mean to be preachy, but we just need to understand that what's happened in the past was everyone doing the best they could to get to where we are, and in fact, everyone is still doing the best they can, and this group of people is so committed. You are all so dedicated, as you articulated, to the organization, to the mission, to your chief executive, to strong leadership, to serving the patients. And you are also really extremely dedicated to each other, to the point where I think some of what we're dealing with, and what we'll be talking about today, is like how you fight with your family, right? Because you know each other so very well, you know each other's foibles and tricks, and you know how it goes, and you see something happening, nowhere that you know how that story unfolds, and how it ends. And while it gives you insight into each other, and oftentimes you're not wrong, there also is, I think, an opportunity to take a step back, and this is one of those things I could be totally wrong about. But I wouldn't be surprised if in 3 or 4 years from now, those of you that are still sitting at this table, look back on this group of board members and this CEO and think those were really good times. Really good room we had differences, and we worked through them. And that's one of the reasons, to be honest, this is one of my favorite ports to work with. Because you have to use Linda's term. In my experience, for the most part, you're very self-observing egos, so you understand your own contribution to the dynamics that you're dealing with. And when something frustrates you, you're not above wondering or answering the question of whether you might be complicit in that dynamic. And so that's one of the things I'd be interested to explore with you today. The group guidelines are, again, what you've seen previously, and it is my request that we follow these today. And please take another read at them. I know you've seen them before. But let's talk about group dynamics and how they're impacting the discussion. We'll definitely be honest, and I know that's not really a challenge, but let's be kind. We all are fighting our own battles, and in the end we've been through a lot. If you're going to take a position to argue for the sake of making sure we consider all points of view, which is very important to this table and very important given the public nature of your work, Let us know that you're taking that kind of argumentative position that may or may not be what you personally believe because they think you know each other so well and you care about each other that if you get a sense that another of your colleagues is articulating a point of view that pains you, if you think that that colleague owes that point of view, it may be more likely to have an emotional reaction. Whereas if they're just arguing it to say, don't make sure we cover this, make sure we consider this, it's often a different reaction. We'll stay focused. I would encourage you to focus on science, computers away, if you are able to. Make mics, I keep getting stuff done. And if there are issues that come up that, in my opinion, are not completely central to the topic at hand, and I want to keep us moving forward, I may invoke the facilitator's prerogative to say I think that might be something that we need to put on a sheet of paper that will become a parking lot that we will suggest to be brought back at a future meeting. And if I do that, and then you all think I'm wrong, you tell me, but otherwise, I will manage the conversation in that way. So that's the kind of my preamble, and I've probably gone longer than we put up the agenda. But this is a flexible agenda. I hope you agree. I'm going to turn it over to Linda, who's going to talk about the board's self-assessment results. But does anybody have any thoughts on anything I've said before I turn it over to Linda? Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Right on, okay. Commissioner Kulf, just a clarification, Matt. I put my phone on silent. You can still hear us, right? Yeah. Okay. Consultant Karma B, so your text messages don't come through, okay. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Matt, did you receive the PowerPoint? Matthew ready? Yep, I got great, okay. Consultant Karma B, so we are now Matt, on slide 6. Linda's going to start on slide 7. When self-assessment okay. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Good morning, everyone. It is my privilege to be here today to speak with all of you. I'd like to start with just telling you a little bit about my background, because I think it's really relevant to the conversation here today. I grew up in a very, very rural area in western Pennsylvania, in kind of the middle of nowhere, very, very close to the Allegheny National Forest. And so it reminds me a bit of here, although we don't have the beautiful mountains that you will do here. But in that, growing up, my mother was a nurse at the local hospital, about 25 miles away, which is, of course, the closest hospital to us. And even then, which would have been in the 70s, there were concerns about keeping services open. It was a hospital, and pediatrics and OB and all sorts of services, like all community hospitals did back in those days. And now it's shrunk to being an emergency department with a few observation beds and good care. It provides very good care, but it's trumped in terms of service. And so myself and my 3 sisters all went into health care, because of, I assume, my mom's influence over us to do that. And so I became an occupational therapist in the early 80s. And just about at the time, when I'm really dating myself, occupational therapy became reimbursable under Medicare Part A and Part B, which is a long time ago now. But what that did was it really opened up the opportunity to bring services to keep people independent, in a way that hadn't really existed before. And for me personally, it opened up our opportunities to really grow in the field. And so I moved up through management in that way and spent the initial part of my career in an outpatient environment and then have the opportunity to move into inpatient leadership in the early 2000s. And had a CEO one time during an interview to become that, like an ancillary services directory. So what's your goals? And I said, I want to be a chief operating officer at a hospital. I want to run hospitals day to day. And he said, well, if you prove yourself you can do that here, that's a role that we need. And so I did, and at about 2 years later moved into my first CFO role in that small community rural hospital that faced a lot of the same challenges that the hospital near us had faced as I was growing up. And so that's been my career really, is in Pennsylvania and in the state of New York, working in and operating as a COO in hospitals and a small health system, in that day-to-day operational role. And so I have I had a chance to listen into your meeting on Wednesday, and I was so impressed with Tina, by the way, but when she started her conversation, she's just really impressive. But when she started our conversation, and I can't wait to talk about nursing, you can just see and hear the passion in her voice. And I feel the same way about rural healthcare, like I'm so passionate about maintaining rural healthcare and deliver it in a way that today is just almost really not possible, because the challenges that are faced. So I want to talk to you today about that sort of the framework or the context that come to you in, but I want to talk a little bit about the self-assessment. And then we're going to talk just for a few minutes about the sort of the national and state scene, if you will, as it relates to healthcare. So I had the pleasure of speaking with all of you in the interview process this year. Last year, I spoke with some of you, but not all. And this year, I had the chance to speak with all of you. And so thank you for your candor and your openness, because I did not leave a single call thinking, this person really helped that happened, didn't share what they really thought. So that's always great, because it's not always the case. And so I want to start with the actual survey, which as Carmen mentioned, it's a little unusual for us to have 5 years of data to be able to look back on. And so in most cases, you can see that the perception of effectiveness or the perception of improvement has been strong for all of you. These are some of the highest rated statements. And again, I know you have this in your packet, I think worth talking about this. They're really good strengths, and it really comes down to your perception of both your role as your fiduciary role under the financial performance, as well as the information you receive to be able to do that effectively. And so that's really important, because, I'm sure you've heard this a million times, margin emissions, and so those are really positive things for your 14 proud of, and then just in general, having knowledge to be able to make decisions in a well-informed way, and so that is obviously a credit to Mike and his team. And as I said, he's had the opportunity to hear one of his team members this week. The lowest rated statements, on the other hand, give us indication of some areas of opportunity. And so the first one really deals with the board book and the policies in the board book and what I think I'm seeing here, because I heard it more in the interviews, and maybe it's not as obvious here that most of you disagree with the fact, but with the statement that you're adhering to the policies. And so it was my understanding, at least, that it's not that you don't know what they are. It's not that, I don't know what that policy is. They're going to understand the policy, or we have a different interpretation of the policy. It's more that the policy simply aren't being followed. Whether that's true or not, of course, is for you to decide. But there is clearly a perception that policies are not being adhered to. There's a strong disagreement around the question or the statement that the full board approves all elements. Commissioner McComas. On this one? I think it was ambiguous, because it's not a CEO compensation committee that approves it, the full board approves all elements of Mike's compensation. That doesn't really mean we all approve of all elements, or agree with. And so I think was ambiguous. Commissioner Kulf, I agree with that. I had the same problem in terms of interpreting that. Okay. Good to know. Consultant Karma B. So you feel voted to approve it, but you don't agree. You don't all agree with what's in it. Commissioner McComas, right? Well, We all, the whole full board, voted on approved that night unanimously. Which would then mean that we all agreed with all aspects of it. Consultant Karma B. That's interesting. We can clarify that events are useful feedback on that question. It is an engineering matter. That's Commissioner Dressler. Why you're such an asset to the board because you come from a different service. Commissioner Kulf. Let me just add, if it had said, all board members, that would be different because look at the next question. It says all board members, and so you have to differentiate whether you're talking about individual members, or whether you're talking about board collectively, which could be a 3-3-2 vote. Sure. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Sure. Well, thank you all for that feedback, and we apologize that that was ambiguous. Well, we'll take a look at that for the future to get some better clarification. The next statement is most interesting. This was one of the most interesting, at least from my perspective, and that is that all board members respect the distinction between management and the board. And that is one that migrates earlier when we were talking about, the objectives or your desires for what you want to accomplish today. This clearly points to the need for that, right? So we've got every choice except agree, strongly agree, we got neutral, we've got disagree, we've got strongly disagree, and then we've got someone that says, I don't know. So we really, out of the 7 choices one could choose, we've got 5 of them. So this is clearly an opportunity that we might invite you to talk about or think about how you want to get to that. And then the last one, where we would suggest that the ratings were a bit lower as around the effective orientation program. And this one was not. I'm not as familiar, of course, with what that looks like in your organization. And so it appears with the neutral responses that people either sort of aren't sure, or perhaps there's an opportunity to make better. Any feedback on them? Can anybody shed some light? Commissioner McComas, because we have had a new board members, obviously, the newest board member 5 years ago, okay. Commissioner Dressler. Where does that all? Good. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. For instance, Commercial Buehler, though, she's been on the board, 2,525 years. Okay, my sum. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. You don't really need orientation program to be updated quite frequently. We, Commissioner Dressler, need to just have a program because I think we were tasked a couple of, Commissioner McComas, years to do the latest one. I was thrown to the sharks, so I think we could have more effective orientation program. Commissioner Dressler made it through that election process. We all kept walking that code, because there was no copy. We were exhausted doing something we haven't gotten around to it yet, because Commissioner Kulf, we had a conversation a couple of years ago about having board members go through the same orientation that new employees go, and I did part of that. Yeah. All right. Great. So there we go. I'll change my answer. CEO Glenn. I took this as and actually, I thought you were going in case, which is why I was shrinking below the table is that we talked about this a couple of years ago. And I recall at one point having a board orientation booklet that said here, give me with a CFO meet with this CFO meet with this chief medical officer, and I committed to updating that. And I would have said disagree to this because I don't think we did that. And it's good thing to have on the shelf and done whether I think it's an awesome thing that we have some instability on the board. So you hope you don't have to dust it off too often, but it needs to be ready and available. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra, to be updated all the time, in 6 years, which is our I don't know, probably we shouldn't go through it every year anyway, just, Commissioner Dressler. A couple of years. Commissioner Kulf. Yeah, there, We had the same problem with the Board of Health. In fact, 3 of us are working as a task force to do an onboarding document for new members, because it's very complicated. And we have a lot of new members on the Board of Health because it's just an expanded in size. Commissioner Buehler-Rienstra. Matt, whenever you want to speak up, do you just gonna have to chime in there? Okay. No problem. Okay. Any other comments or feedback about this information? Consultant Karma B. So I'm taking the board orientation down as a tangible follow-up that I think. And, Mike, when it comes to that, I think we can help you with that. And I think we even have in previous, kind of follow-up documents. I think we've put some things together. And so if you want us to work with free money and energy with the commissioners, we can do that. That's not we've got lots of resources in regards to that. And what I would suggest in this regard is, perhaps develop the framework, develop the agenda, develop that sort of steps in the process, but don't worry too much about the material itself, because that should be, as you say, kind of updated right before it's delivered. So some organizations have all PowerPoints done and even talking points. And certainly you could do that if you like, and maybe some of it lends itself. But I think if you've got an outline of this is what's going to happen. I think most Consultant Karma B. I think most everyone has been contributing. Matt, you don't need to, but did you have anything you wanted to weigh in on here? Matthew Reddy. Well, I mean, as everyone knows, there's a single conflict that's sort of related to the recording issue that really distracted me for 7 years. And it's really unfortunate it took that long to get it resolved. I reflect back on if it had been handled differently, or just somehow more quickly, so we had gotten to where we got at the end of last year, where we got that legal opinion, and we drafted board policy on it. I mean, that it just happened 5 years earlier, when the hospital had received the opinion, then I just reflect back on how different everything would be now. I mean, it's just the whole process was draining and yes, obviously affected trust. I felt like somebody or some group of people decided to hide a legal opinion from me for 5 years. And it didn't come out until the board voted to hire an outside party, and it was finally given to the board. That's a pretty significant deception with boards. Pretty incompetent that it's either so anyways. So yeah, that was the big thing that really broke my trust. And I think, I realized one of my bigger problems is that it wasn't explained at all. Why did that happen? I was just sort of told, here's the opinion, I'll just like that, we'll just move on. I was given no explanation, no credible explanation. Literally, we were told Jill family opinion on her desk. It was literally said about getting the most ridiculous explanation for a legal opinion, getting the board bill founded on her desk. So anyways, I gave Mike a poor review last year. Because of that whole debacle taking 7 years, I gave him a negative review. And as an executive session, I said, I'm disappointed. And there was an opportunity for you guys to explain what happened and why it happened. Nobody gave me any explanation. So I just said, look, I'm disappointed and I want to move on. And so I thought we could, I was kind of hoping, okay, maybe that's it, maybe we move on. But then, then the board, you guys get together in an executive session, like the following week, and suddenly, you guys all are attacking me for giving him a low review? Because this legal opinion was not given to the board for 5 years. And some of you Bruce suddenly was saying, oh, if you didn't need the opinion, you were told all this. As if you knew what had been going on for 7 years, it was just it was anyways, it was very traumatic draining process. But the bizarre thing is, it's just one issue. If somehow we can separate it, that the recording issue, and all the everything that happened around that, like every other aspect of hospital care and management and everything, was in a completely different ballpark. It is just so sad that this one issue that really was just a simple legal issue that could have been resolved quickly had to stretch out so long and be mishandled so badly. I mean, it's really, apartment is just like sad, because it's destroyed. Our management system destroyed. It's created a really awkward, weird relationship between me and Mike. You know, it's like, Mike and I haven't had a one-on-one conversation in like 6 years, you know, and it's like, we used to meet, you know, once a month, or once every 2 months. And we used to have some very interesting discussions, because, you know, we might disagree about a lot of stuff, but we can have like an intelligent, you know, discussion about universal healthcare or things like that. But for whatever reason, anyway, so yes, I believe trust is important. I want to be able to trust people, and if I can compartmentalize everything that happened with the whole recording thing, and just push it aside, try to say, okay, to people based on mistakes that might help people acknowledged or owned up to any of their mistakes. But even you know, maybe that's like, to me, I can set that aside, just so we can just move forward and focus on other aspects of healthcare. So anyways, I don't know if that was helpful, but there's some feedback from me. Thank you. Consultant Karma B. I think it is helpful, and I think I can acknowledge that it is unfortunate that this has been an issue that has been unresolved for you for 7 years, and I think there is a strong desire to get you to a place where you do feel as though you can trust, and I wonder, is it something where you said perhaps I can. My invitation to you, Matt, in the same way as my invitation to Mari with the 10% less is that I think it would be helpful if you could set this aside and look at the other things, because I do think that it is creating difficulties through the board. And I'm not sure that you will ever get the satisfaction of what happened in the past, because that's where I don't have an eye speaking to your colleagues, not to us specifically, Matt. I don't have a magic wand. I can't change what happened in the past, and I actually can't change anything, right? You all get to decide, but I think Matt, that you need to stop bringing this up in order for the group to move forward, in the same way that people need to stop throwing little barbs at each other, focusing on what was written in the past in the newspaper or quoted in the newspaper, what kind of campaigns people ran. So I think that there's an opportunity, but it's a choice, right? We can keep talking about what happened in the past, and you can be each one of you can be right, and I'll just give it to you right now, each one of you is right. You have legitimate concerns, there is strong evidence for your point of view to support exactly what you feel, and I am not arguing that in the least. What I'm inviting you to consider is that if you would like to focus on the community's health, and the hospital, and how we make sure care is amazing, and this beautiful new addition is pulled off effectively, and that each one of you feels like you leave a legacy behind. When you are no longer on this board, then the opportunity is to step up and shake it off. Again, with great respect and admiration, I'm not in your shoes. I'm not trying to do what you're doing. I truly say that I mean that honestly. I would not run for election on a public board, because I'm not sure I would be very good sitting in the seats that you're sitting in, and I live in a district that could run for board. There's one just down the street. So Matt, I'm looking at your colleagues as well, but I just said a lot. Anything else you'd like to add there? Or should we talk? Have them chime in. Good for the moment. Okay. Others joke that. Commissioner Beulah-Rienstra, there has been a lot of tension between us. I respect your opinion. I believe that we could go about, we could have gone back about this in a different way. But I want to assure you something, Matt. What I did as chair, and what I did as your colleague on the board, was always to protect the interest of the organization. It was never to prevent you from doing what you wanted to do. And I'm not going to go into all the details that we've gone over and over for so long. You know them, I know that the rest of the board knows them, but I will say that if you think that anything, I rephrase this, whatever you think that I did against you, please, it was not against Matt Reddy. It was to prevent. It was in my best judgment as chair and as a board member to protect the district with the archiving of the documents and anything that I did that made you feel otherwise. I apologize for including the letter, so I hereby apologize for not getting that to you earlier. I obviously misjudged your reaction to that, and please, can we go along from there? You'll accept my apology. Matthew Reddy. I accept your apology, Commissioner Beulah-Rienstra. All right. Thank you, and I sincere. Commissioner Kulf. Thank you, Case. And I'd like to say, Matt, that I also could have done more to support your passionate concern for having our meetings be accessible to the public. And so I apologize for not doing that, because in my heart I share your interest last year in making our actions transparent to the public, and just out of laziness and expediency, I didn't stand up and say what you continue to say. So I apologize for not backing you up more. Matthew Reddy. Thank you, Consultant Karma B. Thank you. I think that the opportunity remains for all of the board, and Mike is your CEO, to continue to move in the direction of stepping up and shaking it off. And I turned 50 in 2020, and you get older, right? And you reflect on things, and I always thought when I was younger that life had an arc to it. And that things came up and challenges presented themselves, and eventually, there was resolution. Right, there was resolution, and maybe not a bow, but maybe a bow. You got to put a bow on things, you got closure. You got, and I grew up in a house where there was a real, we are going to have closure. We are going to talk about this until you are so beaten down that you will admit to closure whether you want closure or not. So I didn't have good modeling of how life actually is. And I think that what I reflect on in this conversation with each of you, in your heartfelt comments, talking about how you feel as though there is not a completeness to the things that have happened in the past. And if you would only have a completeness, you would be able to go forward, and what I would, what I reflect on, and again, not to try to get in anybody's head or say that I understand life at all. But if you were to consider the idea that you will never complete, that it is not possible to go and get closure on some of those things. And I do apologize, but that's where we can't change what happened in the past. And you may think there are things people could do now that would make you feel more like you could, kind of move forward. And this is not just about Matt, right? Because when we did the interviews, every single one of you were talking about things that other people did in the past. And it wasn't just about now. It wasn't you. And so it's going to be an imperfect process, because you are all imperfect. And I'm very imperfect. And we're all people, right? We're due. And again, hello COVID. We've just been through really, really hard times. Hard times personally. We've lost people we've loved. Hard times professionally. Really hard times. It's an organization that community is suffering. And so if we could acknowledge that each one of us comes to this table as a flawed, possibly very flawed human being who has been doing the best they can, and recommit to that going forward, that I think will help. The other thing that you all have on your shoulders, which most boards that I work with don't have on their shoulders, is this responsibility that you are a publicly elected individual who, regardless of what happens in Washington, D.C., is held up to a higher standard than other members of your community. There are things expected of you in terms of how you show up and how you interact that are beyond what is often expected of somebody that we run into in the grocery store. We're people we watch on the street corner interacting, and it's not fair, and it's probably not entirely possible in all cases. But I want to invite you to that higher level on behalf of the community, and getting back to that slide earlier about the the what, the how, it all kind of flows downhill, or what you do as a board, and being that people log in or show up or listening to what you're doing. They're watching for signals about what this organization is at its core, based on how this organization interacts at its most highest leadership table. And so I'm not trying to castigate anybody at all, but we. So let's try to view that first sentence of the mission to hold trust and improve the health of our community through compassionate care, innovation, their medical excellence, that I think we can do. Commissioner Kulf. So getting back to this specific, I'd have one thought, or question. Is it month of responsibility of the board to decide whether or not we record our meetings or not? That's not a CEO decision. And if that's true, then it's the board that we should be struggling with in terms of building trust around this. And it shouldn't be Mike, who, quote, gets the blame by any of us for the mistakes that we made in the past. Regarding the recording, consultant Karma B. Well, I think there should. Commissioner Kulf, perhaps not sure. I shouldn't say I shouldn't, but this model board issue, and not a CEO issue. Consultant Karma B. What we're talking about right now has nothing to do with recording meetings, in my opinion. Yes, that was sort of that was the grain of sand started to form that URL. We're talking about the URL now, and I don't know about you, but I am so weary of talking about whether you record your meetings or not. I don't see the times. And whatever the relationship is between your CEO and one of the other commissioners, they'll have to work that out. So I don't think that's a board issue, either. So I don't want to continue to talk about my suggestion. I don't think we should talk about that, or I don't think there's anything we can do about that. And Tamari, if you think other people aren't getting enough airtime, they're grown-ups, they'll get their own airtime. Exactly. So that, you don't think you can lay that burden down. It's your character. Commissioner Dressler. Yeah. To a degree you're carrying it, because I want to hear other people's opinions. Consultant Karma B. Well, then you can ask them, you can turn to Bruce, and you could say he was, pearls of wisdom. Yes. We're. Commissioner Dressler, all separate. That's why I think Bruce is correct. Yeah. But when we meet in public, in person again, it will be beneficial to the board. Yeah. And I didn't want to say something about Matt. I've known Matt ever since I came to terms in healthcare about 25 years ago. What a kind. Sweet, it's not the right word, pleasant colleague, because I was working, nursing, and he was working in it at one particular thing that I always remember, in those days that math was he don't tell big prints is something for me, because we didn't have a computer at the time. I paid for my son's bedroom as a little graphic. And my son was about 6 or 7 years old. It was very exciting, so that's the sort of person that was then 25 odd years ago, and I think that person is still there. So I'm hoping that the relationship can earn friendships can improve. Particularly, I think when we meet together in person, it will be a lot easier. Consultant Karma B. Mike, I don't again, you can choose, but you have been relatively silent. And yes, we're talking about the commission. And yes, it is on them. But obviously, you're a part of this group and this group dynamic. Is there anything you'd care to weigh in on here or point of view you'd like to share? CEO Glenn. Well, I think a fundamental problem is the purpose of the letter. That is, the purpose of the letter was me seeking legal advice, and I do that all the time, and I don't by practice forward advice from counsel on how to handle a situation to the commissioners, but this was how do I deal with the commissioner choosing to record a meeting, prior to the board electing to record the meeting. Everything from can they do that to, is it an open public, rep? How do I deal with that? So the letter posed that the call posed that question and the letter answered it in, paid by the word fashion, it was a 3-letter or 3-page letter. That said, here's what you need to do if a RETHA commissioner records a meeting, he is doing that in the capacity of a private individual who can record. So you need to figure out a way to transfer that document to whatever archiving system you have, so that was the purpose of the letter. I mean, some sense that it's this letter seems like a red herring, because it was a how do I handle this situation? And frankly, I resented having the hafter. This is one of us creating this operational challenge and legal and finally, putting us in legal and financial peril if we didn't manage it correctly, and the financial peril is the fine from violating the On Public Record Act. So there was some resentment with that, and also this overarching it's a commissioners get to decide if they want to record meetings or not, and it felt just sort of like, well, here's how I will. Matt was, here's how I'll just get this anyway, I'll force the issue. So that's the purpose of the letter, and when I reflect upon, when I shared it, how I shared it, it turned into how we operationalize it, certainly, and I don't recall if I shared it promptly with Jill and Marie. I think they were on one of the calls when we were talking with Brad about what the hell do we do with this? And there was an element of protecting the district, which is, how do you deal with that protecting the district, from the actions of the district? So you want to talk about, yes, there probably was the nexus of some lack of trust. That sound like was planted for both of us, but then the how we recall the letter is vastly different. I don't, it just was sort of this, here's how you need to do this, and here are the people can record, missionaries can record, but here's what you need to do with those recordings. So when I hear the letter I referenced in a different way than then I interpreted or used it as the basis for this ongoing thing. I think it's important to share my impression of the letter and what its purpose was, and kind of what it says, because it sounds like that is this big issue. And that's what makes me reluctant to use this false. It's setting this false premise of what occurred, then, Consultant Karma B. Well, I think that perceptions can differ, and I think that opinions can differ, obviously, they do. And what I am hoping for all of you is that this can be laid to rest, and that any discussions going forward about recording meetings have to do with the meeting that you're having or the meeting that you're going to have in 2 weeks, and how or whether or when or what as opposed to what happened 7 years ago and last year. And so I wonder if we might call this issue complete. And you be, if I may say, are going to have to agree to disagree about what the letter meant and when it should have been shared and how and so, explaining, you've all explained your points of view to each other, I think, until you've heard them multiple times. And so if there's benefit in explaining any more points of view, now is the time to do it. And if anybody feels like they have more to say, I'd like to invite that now, because my goal is at the end of this conversation, we declare this conversation and this issue complete. Again, everybody gets to choose, but if somebody else chooses to not make the conversation complete, do you want to then go with them and let them pull that conversation there? Or do you want to say, thank you, now, what's the other business we're talking about? Commissioner Dressler, I'd just like to add something, if I may. And I think this might because my feelings about the issue was that I couldn't believe that somebody who was on wanting to be in the position on the board for the health and safety and wellness of our community members would allow them to put the district in jeopardy. That's how I saw it, because there was no policy or anything, the board hadn't decided one way or the other, and so it's right at the very beginning. And so I was just astounded that anybody got the desire and belief to get elected, would then go and put the organization in jeopardy from financial issues. I mean, what, I'm just kidding, I got fined over $100,000 for a lapse or being able to find something from the open public records, and they were asked for, so I was just a standard. And that's what bladed, I think, my view, but it's closer, which certainly between myself and Consultant Karma B, Mr. Reddy. Okay. So thank you for that explanation. Bruce, and then case, Commissioner McComas, So I haven't commented about this issue because I was late to the issue, or things that happened in 2014 and 2016. That didn't come on board until 2018, and Matt referenced something that I said and wanted to meet me instead. It was because by that time, by 2021, when we revised our board to stiffen up our policy around audio recording, I felt we've done what we needed to do. And then it was resolved in my mind, but I hadn't been part of all the rest of it. So I'm sorry, Matt, if I offended you with what I said back then. But that was my perspective, is that, we dealt with it. We were, because when I came on the board, we were recording the meetings, and then we made it even better policy in 2021. Commissioner Kulf. Case, yeah, I was struck by with your comment about when you said, how could somebody put your event, you felt uncomfortable with somebody putting the organization at jeopardy? And I guess my question is, what if anyone feels that what I'm advocating for will prevent the organization from being in jeopardy, and that's so it's really a subjective call, sometimes, as to what is the best for the organization. And it seems to me a very slippery slope to begin to think that what I think is best for the organization is better than what you think is when we have a difference of opinion. Commissioner Dressler. No, I think you misunderstood what I said. What I said was because there was no policy in place, the board had not decided, and it was prior to any policy being in place, any decision by 5-member board. That's the issue, not me. I offer an observation, sorry. I think we're getting dragged back. Yes, we are. Consultant Karma B. And so again, you will never have resolution in the sense that they won't understand your point of view. I'm so sorry. Commissioner Dressler. Well, I'm really sorry. Yeah, no, I really haven't talked to our project. That's all right with you. The big, because you think I tend to go by the rules, try and go by the rules so professional, and if I don't believe that if you look around the communities, well, no, is the law and policy by disabled? Probably. But I think if there, Consultant Karma B, yes, because if there's emotion happiness, but it is so old you all honestly, there's so much you all are so, bright and invested. And there's so much interesting stuff to talk about. Please, let's start talking about this. Commissioner Kulf, I wasn't talking about this particular incident, I was talking about the concept, which helps build trust and understanding, so I'm happy to take this conversation. It's Commissioner Dressler, what I said, you misunderstood, Consultant Karma B, and so I invite you to sideline that conversation. And I'll just, give you a little anecdote. I have a cousin that every year at Christmas, her Christmas card is, she's kind of an interesting person, and our Christmas card's a letter, and she puts glitter in it, or glitter, but those little stars, and so every year I have to open her a card over the trash can. And invariably, some of you get somewhere, and I heard something someone said, and forgive me, this is crass, and maybe this isn't totally appropriate, but glitter is like herpes of the craft world. It just keeps popping up. This is your glitter. This topic is like your glitter, it's your kryptonite, you're better than this, let's stop talking about this. And I'm being somewhat glib, because you all know me, and so I'm taking liberties here. Is there anything anybody else would like to say? No, to be complete. Laurie, you don't have anything else to say about this issue at this table. Okay, thank you, Mike. Anything else to say? Matt, a lot has been said since you weighed in. So I'm not being facetious. Is there anything else you'd like to say to have closure here? Matthew Reddy. No, it's nice to have a little bit of more information. But it's not like I couldn't say things. I'm also really tired of it, and I'm trying to just sort of see a path to on, I guess. It seems. Mike, it just seems you're really sort of dismissing that opinion as a really irrelevant thing. And it's just seems like when we hired John French, I was so thrilled we have a lawyer, and I asked to meet with him, because I talked to him about this, all these concerns about the recording issue, years ago, to try to get it resolved. And he said, I will work on this, and I will figure this out, and I never heard from him again. I assume it's because he went to talk to you, Mike, and you said, no, don't work on this. I have to assume that, otherwise, I don't know what he was doing, and then I don't know why it took so long. It just took so long to get to a point where everyone acknowledged you can't stop a commissioner from recording it. Basically, the legal opinion, that letter is what finally ended it, and it was really the only way we finally got a written legal opinion on the topic. And anyways, I think you're just sort of dismissing it, just really holding back that legal opinion. It's Consultant Karma B, so Matt is this, Matthew Reddy. It could be considered fraud. It's just not, it's just pointless fraud, because fraud would involve some sort of financial benefit or something. But this was just sort of a deception because people disagreed on something. Consultant Karma B, Matt, are you may I ask, are you an attorney? Matthew Reddy. Am I an attorney? No. Consultant Karma B. No. Okay. So sticking to the areas that you are expert in, or I mean, really what I'm asking is, again, I'm suggesting that you may never get complete satisfaction on this issue. And you and Mike are going to continue to disagree on the characterization and what it was and what it means and why it was done. Is that something you could possibly accept, that you'll have that difference of opinion? Or would you like to continue to have the Commission spend its time on this conversation? It not just today, but like in the future? Matthew Reddy. No, I think, actually, I guess just one thing.
I mean, I'd like to know that the Commission will get legal answers when it needs legal answers.
I just leave it like that, in general, doesn't have to be about this topic. But it's like, it was so hard to get legal answers. I don't feel like the Commission has a way to necessarily reliably get legal answers. And so, Consultant Karma B, if I could turn to your chair, and I say, will the Commission get legal answers when it has needs legal answers? Chair. Commissioner Beulah Reenstra. Yes. And it has. Consultant Karma B. Well, that's an opinion. The answer is for the future. So Matt, do you accept Jill's comment that going forward, when the Commission needs legal answers, and will get legal answers, are you willing to extend that level of trust to the chair? Matthew Reddy. I would like to. It does get colored by her immediate it has, that's the thing. Everyone's like, that's a will, and I'm always. Consultant Karma B. Like, Matt, can't we? This is where there's no perfect, right? We're all flawed individuals. Are you willing to, because it's that idea that you have to extend it to get in? And if you can't extend trust to your chair, that in the future, their legal answers will be forthcoming, when they're needed, it's going to continue to hamper that. You get to choose, right? But you said you would like to. Would you be willing to extend trust? Matthew Reddy. Yeah, we got to. We have to be able to trust in that. And that's why I had to say it out loud. Consultant Karma B. Okay. Matthew Reddy. I need to be able to trust the board to get legal answers. Consultant Karma B. And you now going forward? Matthew Reddy. I'm hopeful. Consultant Karma B. Okay, that's enough. Do you want to keep bringing this topic of recording in the past with the Commission? Is that a conversation you'd like to continue to have in the future? Matthew Reddy. No. Consultant Karma B. Can we consider this issue complete from your standpoint? Matthew Reddy. I don't know what you mean by that, but I'm not interested in talking to the board about it. Consultant Karma B. Okay. Thank you. Are you interested in talking to others in the community about it publicly? That's a question from your chair, Matthew Reddy. I don't know what you mean by interested. It's a topic I've been talking about for 8 years, because I've been trying to figure out, so it's, most of my people that know me and never want to hear me talk about it again. So no one wants to hear me talk about this, outside the community, so I don't think you have any worry about that. Nobody cares. Absolutely no one cares about this issue except me, so even if I wanted to talk to people about it, no one's listening. Consultant Karma B. Are you? Do you feel a need to write about it on your blog? That was the question that Jill was whispering. Matthew Reddy. I'm not writing about it at the moment. I never know what I'm going to write about in the future, but again, I might reflect on anything that happened in my life. There's a lot of lessons I've learned from this episode, so it's inevitable that it's going to come up. Consultant Karma B. All right. Matthew Reddy, but not necessarily on my Commission blog. Consultant Karma B. Okay. So everybody in this room has an opportunity to be complete with this issue, and your completeness doesn't, or I would suggest, you might choose to not make your completeness dependent on whether somebody else is complete, because then you hold each other hostage and let yourself be held hostage. And so if the issue comes up again, at the Commission table, you have an opportunity to say thank you, and go back to other business. Truly, it's like a rabbit hole that has no bottom. And so if I just think everybody should feel, to the degree you agree with me, that if this comes up and you start talking about it, it will take precious time. And so, a conversation involves 2 people or more. So, I suggest we consider this one closed. I see nodding heads. I'd like to go back to talking about the trust issue more broadly, and talk specifically about the board book. The board book talks about, that the values that you articulate. Did fraud occur? The above transcript is a snippet from a public meeting of a hospital commission and suggests that there are differing opinions among the commissioners about what happened in the past. The consultant, Karma B, is trying to bring the issue to a close and move the conversation forward, but Commissioner Dressler raises a concern about the organization being put in jeopardy. Commissioner McComas acknowledges that he came on the board after the events in question and feels that the policy was improved in 2021, while Commissioner Kolf believes that there is a subjective call when it comes to what is best for the organization. This transcript has shed light on tensions between Commissioner Reddy and the rest of the hospital administration. The transcript, which was recorded during a meeting between Commissioner Reddy and consultant Karma B., reveals Commissioner Reddy's frustration over the handling of the recording issue by the hospital's lawyer, John French. According to Commissioner Reddy, he had previously met with and asked hospital attorney John French to address his concerns about the recording issue, but never received a response. Commissioner Reddy suggests that French may have been told not to work on the issue. If someone instructed a hospital attorney to ignore the notification by a board member of possible legal wrongdoing, this might be a problematic action. This lack of action by French, combined with the administration's decision to withhold a 2016 legal opinion on the issue of recording until 2021, has led Commissioner Reddy to question whether the actions of the hospital administration could be considered pointless fraud. Fraud is a serious matter and could have significant consequences for the hospital and its administration. However, it's important to note that Commissioner Reddy's comments are only a perspective and that it's up to the relevant authorities to determine whether any wrongdoing has occurred. The transcript serves as a reminder of the importance of transparency and open communication within any organization. It's crucial for all parties to work together and address any issues in a timely and effective manner to ensure the smooth functioning of the organization. January 13, 2023 blog post. 2022 evaluation with a detailed analysis with chat. January 13, 2023, author Matt, edit. In the latest board meeting I mentioned performance concerns for the CEO. My 2022 performance concern is that the CEO failed to provide any response to the failures I noted during his 2021 evaluation. In a professional environment, employees should listen to feedback and answer important questions from their employer. I was given no explanation or response in any way from the CEO, and this makes me concerned that no lessons have been learned. Instead, the other commissioners essentially threatened me during executive session with legal action for giving the CEO a partially poor evaluation last year and told me to never bring this up again. Below is an analysis of the entire saga I just generated using Chat. Matt talks to ChatGPT. Matt, hey Chat, I need help with an ethics essay. Imagine this scenario. A public hospital district is a municipal corporation with 5 democratically elected board members. The board has a heated legal disagreement over an issue related to board meetings. The conflict goes unresolved initially for 2 years because the board is never given a full legal analysis of the issue from a lawyer. Finally, after more heated arguments, at the end of the 2nd year of conflict, the CEO requests a detailed legal analysis from a hospital district attorney. The attorney provides the letter. Unfortunately for the CEO, he doesn't like the legal analysis because it seems to agree too much with a side of the legal disagreement he doesn't support. The CEO meets with the board president and treasurer and shows them the letter. The 3 of them then must decide whether or not to share the letter with the full board or not. Write an ethical analysis of this question. Chat. This scenario raises several ethical questions, including the responsibilities of the hospital district attorney, the role of the CEO, and the obligations of the board members. From an ethical perspective, the hospital district attorney has a responsibility to provide a full and accurate legal analysis, regardless of whether or not it aligns with the views of the CEO or any other member of the board. The attorney should not allow personal or political considerations to influence their analysis, and should make sure that their analysis is conducted in a fair and unbiased manner. The CEO's role in this scenario is somewhat ambiguous. On the one hand, he has a responsibility to ensure that the board has access to all the information it needs to make informed decisions. On the other hand, if he does not agree with the legal analysis and does not want to share it with the board, he may be acting out of self-interest rather than in the best interests of the hospital district. The board members have a responsibility to act in the best interests of the hospital district and its patients. They also have a responsibility to ensure that they have access to all relevant information when making decisions. If the board members do not have access to the legal analysis, they are not able to make an informed decision. Therefore, it would be ethically preferable for the CEO, the board president, and the treasurer to share the letter with the full board. In summary, the hospital district attorney should provide a fair and unbiased legal analysis, the CEO should act in the best interest of the hospital district and its patients, and the board members should ensure that they have access to all relevant information in order to make informed decisions. In this scenario, it would be ethically preferable for the CEO, the board president, and the treasurer to share the letter with the full board. Matt, now imagine that the board president and treasurer say to the CEO, "Do not share this with the full board. Give to us. We will share it if it ever becomes necessary." What should the CEO do ethically in response to this? Chat. In this scenario, the ethical course of action for the CEO would be to share the legal analysis with the full board, despite the request from the board president and treasurer not to do so. The CEO has a responsibility to ensure that the board has access to all relevant information when making decisions, and withholding the legal analysis would impede the board's ability to make an informed decision. Additionally, the CEO should make sure that the legal analysis is shared in a timely manner and not to be held back until it becomes necessary, as that would not be in the best interest of the hospital district. The CEO should also consider the potential consequences of withholding the information, such as a lack of transparency and trust from the board, and potential legal liabilities for the hospital district. Furthermore, if the CEO is asked by the board president and treasurer to withhold the legal analysis, he should question the reasons behind their request and if there is an ulterior motive for not sharing it with the full board. If there is any suspicion of misconduct or self-interest, the CEO should raise the matter with the appropriate authorities, or the board of the hospital district. In summary, the CEO should prioritize the best interest of the hospital district and its patients, and share the legal analysis with the full board in a timely manner, despite any request not to do so. Matt, now imagine the CEO shows the opinion to the board chair and treasurer, and the CEO says, based upon my discussions with council, I don't think this opinion should be shared with the full board. Let's just stick it in a drawer in case it ever becomes necessary to use it. What should the board chair and or treasurer do in this situation ethically? Chat. In this scenario, the ethical course of action for the board chair and treasurer would be to question the CEO's reasoning for not sharing the legal analysis with the full board and to insist that it be shared with the rest of the board members. The board chair and treasurer have a responsibility to act in the best interests of the hospital district and its patients, and to ensure that all board members have access to all relevant information when making decisions. Withholding the legal analysis would impede the board's ability to make an informed decision. Additionally, the board chair and treasurer should consider the potential consequences of not sharing the information, such as a lack of transparency and trust from the other board members, and potential legal liabilities for the hospital district. They should also consider if there is any potential conflict of interest or bias on the part of the CEO in withholding the information, and if there is, they should report it to the appropriate authorities or to the other members of the board. Furthermore, the board chair and treasurer should not agree to the CEO's suggestion to stick it in a drawer in case it ever becomes necessary to use it, as it could be seen as a deliberate attempt to hide information from the board. They should instead insist that the CEO shares the legal analysis with the full board, and if the CEO refuses to do so, they should bring it to the attention of the full board and seek guidance on how to proceed. In summary, the board chair and treasurer should prioritize the best interest of the hospital district and its patients, and insist that the legal analysis be shared with the full board, despite any request not to do so by the CEO. They should also question the reasoning behind the CEO's request and consider potential conflicts of interest or bias. Matt Reddy. Suppose the CEO, board chair, and treasurer all agree not to share it with the full board. Then 5 years later, the legal conflict and confusion not relieved in any way, with 2 fresh board members without attachment to this old conflict, the full board votes to hire an attorney to answer the critical legal questions of the conflict. Then the board chair sends the legal opinion that was hidden for 5 years to the full board. The board chair says in a board meeting, "I forgot we had this opinion and just found it on my desk, so I sent it to everyone." What is your analysis of that action and explanation? Chat. The action of the board chair in this scenario, where the legal analysis that was hidden for 5 years is sent to the full board and the board chair claims to have forgotten about it, raises several ethical questions. Firstly, it is unlikely that the board chair genuinely forgot about the legal analysis, as it was a significant document related to a legal conflict that had been ongoing for years. It is more likely that the board chair deliberately concealed the document from the full board for 5 years, and only chose to share it when the full board voted to hire an attorney to answer the critical legal questions of the conflict. Secondly, the action of hiding the legal analysis for 5 years was not in the best interest of the hospital district and its patients. It hindered the ability of the full board to make informed decisions and may have prolonged the legal conflict unnecessarily. Furthermore, the explanation given by the board chair that she forgot about the legal analysis is not credible and can be seen as an attempt to avoid accountability for their actions. It also undermines the trust of the board members, who may be skeptical of the board chair's motives and integrity. In summary, the action of the board chair in hiding the legal analysis for 5 years, and then claiming to have forgotten about it, is highly unethical. It is not in the best interest of the hospital district and its patients and undermines the trust of the board members. The board chair should be held accountable for their actions and should explain the reasons behind their decision to conceal the document from the full board. Matt Reddy. In this scenario, did the CEO, chair, and treasurer commit fraud? Chat. The scenario you've presented could potentially be considered fraud, as it involves the intentional withholding of information that is material to the decision-making process of the hospital district. Fraud is defined as an intentional deception or misrepresentation made for personal or financial gain. In this scenario, the CEO, board chair, and treasurer made an intentional decision not to share a critical legal analysis with the full board, which hindered the board's ability to make informed decisions. This could be seen as a deception or misrepresentation of information, which is a key element of fraud. However, whether or not their actions constitute fraud would depend on the specific circumstances and the legal definitions of fraud in that jurisdiction. For example, it would be necessary to evaluate if there was any personal or financial gain from their actions. If it is found that the CEO, board chair, and treasurer committed fraud, they should be held accountable for their actions and face appropriate legal or disciplinary action. In summary, while the actions of the CEO, board chair, and treasurer in this scenario could potentially be considered fraud, it would depend on the specific circumstances and legal definitions in that jurisdiction. However, regardless of whether it is defined as fraud or not, it is a highly unethical behavior that undermines trust and has negative impact on the hospital district and its patients. Matt Reddy. In this scenario, if the CEO, chair, and treasurer all agreed to hide the opinion for 5 years, which of them has the greatest ethical blame for this action? Chat. It is difficult to say which of the CEO, board chair, and treasurer would bear the greatest ethical blame for the decision to hide the legal analysis for 5 years without additional context on their motivations and actions. However, in general terms, the CEO as the head of the hospital district, the board chair as the leader of the board, and the treasurer as the financial officer of the board, all have important responsibilities to ensure that the hospital district operates in a transparent and ethical manner. The CEO, as the head of the organization, has a responsibility to ensure that all relevant information is shared with the board in a timely manner, and any decision to conceal information from the board would likely be seen as a violation of that responsibility. The board chair, as the leader of the board, has a responsibility to ensure that the board is able to make informed decisions and that all board members have access to all relevant information. Concealing information from the board would be a violation of this responsibility. The treasurer, as the financial officer of the board, has a responsibility to ensure that the board is able to make informed decisions related to the hospital district's finances. Concealing information from the board would be a violation of this responsibility. In summary, all 3 individuals, the CEO, board chair, and treasurer have important responsibilities to ensure that the hospital district operates in a transparent and ethical manner. While the specific degree of ethical blame may vary, it is clear that they all have played a role in this unethical decision and should be held accountable for their actions. Matt Reddy. Suppose after all that happened, the critical legal questions of the 7-year conflict answered, the board adopts sensible policy based on the old legal opinion and tries to move on. Then at the course annual evaluation, one of the board members gives the CEO failing scores in leadership and in communication and support to the board. He tells the CEO he feels deceived and is disappointed in him. Would that be a fair evaluation? Chat. The scenario you've described raises several ethical questions regarding the CEO's annual evaluation. It is fair for the board member to give the CEO failing scores in leadership and communication and support to the board if they believe that the CEO has not fulfilled these responsibilities. The CEO has a responsibility to ensure that all relevant information is shared with the board in a timely manner and to provide support and guidance to the board. The fact that the CEO, along with the board chair and treasurer, deliberately hid a critical legal analysis from the board for 5 years and hindered the board's ability to make informed decisions is a serious violation of the CEO's responsibilities and can be seen as a lack of leadership and poor communication with the board. On the other hand, it would be important for the board member to consider the context and the fact that after all that happened, the critical legal questions of the 7-year conflict were answered and the board adopted sensible policy based on the old legal opinion and tried to move on. If the CEO played a role in the resolution of the conflict, this should be taken into account in the evaluation. In summary, it would be fair for the board member to give the CEO failing scores in leadership and communication and support to the board if they believe that the CEO has not fulfilled these responsibilities, but it would be important for the board member to consider the context and the outcome of the situation before giving the evaluation. Matt Reddy. After all that happens, should the public be fully informed of these events or not? Chat. From an ethical perspective, it is generally considered good practice to be transparent and open with the public regarding the actions and decisions of public institutions such as a hospital district. The public has a right to know how their tax dollars are being spent and how decisions are being made that affect their community. In this scenario, where a legal analysis has been deliberately withheld from the full board for 5 years and this has hindered the board's ability to make informed decisions, it would be appropriate to inform the public of these events. The public has a right to know how their hospital district operates and how decisions are being made. However, it is important to consider the potential consequences of disclosing this information to the public. For example, if the disclosure of this information could lead to a loss of trust trust in the hospital district or could negatively impact the reputation of the hospital district, it may be appropriate to weigh the benefits of transparency against the potential harms. Additionally, it would be important to ensure that the information is presented in a balanced and accurate manner, avoiding any sensationalism or misinformation. It would also be important to ensure that the information is shared in a way that respects the privacy and confidentiality of any individuals involved. In summary, it is generally considered good practice to be transparent and open with the public regarding the actions and decisions of public institutions, such as a hospital district, but it should be done in a balanced and accurate manner, considering the potential consequences and respecting the privacy of any individuals involved. Part 2. Matt Reddy. This article covers the real-world scenario where everything above happened except it is unknown how the CEO, chair, and treasurer decided to withhold the opinion for 5 years. The following article was published simultaneously to when the hidden opinion was finally given to the full board. From the Port Townsend Leader. Hospital District will get legal look at recording policy for board meetings. Posted Friday, February 5, 2021, 8:30 a.m. Nick Twyat-Mayer. Twyat-Mayer@Toledo.com. Nick Twyat-Mayer. Twyat-Mayer@Toledo.com. Jefferson Healthcare's Board of Commissioners has agreed to get legal advice on whether board members acted appropriately in asking a commissioner to discontinue his audio recording of public meetings. The issue dates back to a March 2014 board meeting, when Commissioner Matt Reddy attempted to record the discussion topics for later reference. Other commissioners and hospital administrators present during the meeting pushed back, stating that it would place the hospital district in a compromising position by requiring it to maintain his recordings as public records. Reddy declined subsequent requests to stop recording by both board and administrative staff members. In the years following the initial incident, Jefferson Healthcare has begun publishing on their website the audio from meetings going back to 2017. The issue came up again at a special session last week that had one agenda item, a self-evaluation for the hospital district board. Commissioner Jill Buehler-Rienstra said she thought the board had established an adequate policy that properly addressed the matter of board members recording meetings, but added that some questions still remain. I think that what's left on the table is, were your rights violated early on? Buehler-Rienstra asked Reddy during the January 24 meeting, do you feel that this is resolved going forward? She asked. I do not think really critical questions have been answered, Reddy replied. I don't see how we can move forward without feeling like we have adequate legal support to the board. It shouldn't be this hard to get questions answered. At multiple times throughout the meeting, Reddy and others referenced a series of questions drafted by Reddy and sent to the board members in advance of the meeting. The hospital district did not respond to the leader for a copy of the questions before the newspaper went to press Tuesday. During the January 24 meeting, Commissioner Case Kulf said the board should seek legal assistance in answering Reddy's lingering questions in order to encourage the board members to move past the matter. I would strongly recommend that we just go ahead and get a written legal opinion, right now, using Matt's questions, Kulf said. I will make that motion, because I don't think we're going to get anywhere discussing the past any further. I think we owe it to Matt to allow him to ask his questions and we will all learn from it, he added. The motion was seconded by Reddy. Just before the board voted, Commissioner Marie Dressler said she was worried about the costs of pursuing legal answers to the questions raised by the commissioner. You can probably get several different opinions from several different lawyers, so that is a concern of mine because they're pretty expensive, Dressler said. If this is the final adjudication of these questions, then I think that's reasonable. The board voted unanimously to get the questions answered by a lawyer. Board Chair Jill Buehler-Rienstra said she hoped settling the matter would lead the group to being a cohesive board that's dedicated to going forward for the best of the district. End article from Port Townsend Leader. Continue conversation with ChatGPT. This article describes a real-world scenario where a legal dispute over the recording of public meetings by a commissioner has been ongoing for several years. The Board of Commissioners for the Hospital District has agreed to seek legal advice on whether board members acted appropriately in asking the commissioner to discontinue his audio recording of public meetings. The issue is related to a March 2014 board meeting, when Commissioner Matt Reddy attempted to record the discussion topics for later reference, but other commissioners and hospital administrators present during the meeting pushed back, stating that it would place the hospital district in a compromising position by requiring it to maintain his recordings as public records. It's unclear from the article whether the legal analysis that was hidden for 5 years is related to this dispute or not, but it's apparent that the Board of Commissioners is taking steps to resolve the matter by seeking legal assistance to answer the commissioner's lingering questions and to move forward. The board voted unanimously to get the questions answered by a lawyer. It's important to note that the article mentions that some board members were concerned about the costs of pursuing legal answers to the questions raised by the commissioner, but it seems that the board agreed that getting a legal opinion is necessary to move forward and settle the matter. Matt Reddy, as this article was published, the full board was given the 5-year-old legal opinion and decided it answered enough questions that they didn't need to follow through with independently hiring an attorney. The board adopted some new policies to resolve the conflict. The newspaper never wrote a follow-up article on this topic, and the article above is the only significant article ever written on the conflict by the media. Please write balanced and fair follow-up article including an ethical analysis of anything worthy of such chat. In a recent development, the Jefferson Healthcare Board of Commissioners has decided to forego hiring an independent attorney to advise on the legal dispute over the recording of public meetings by a commissioner. The dispute, which dates back to a March 2014 board meeting, had been ongoing for several years. According to sources, the board was recently provided with a legal analysis that had been withheld for 5 years, which they deemed sufficient in answering the remaining questions and resolving the conflict. Following a review of the analysis, the board adopted new policies to address the issue. While the outcome of this situation may be viewed positively, as the board was able to resolve the conflict and adopt new policies, the initial withholding of the legal analysis for 5 years raises serious ethical concerns. Firstly, the withholding of the legal analysis hindered the board's ability to make informed decisions and may have prolonged the legal conflict unnecessarily. This lack of transparency and openness with the board undermines trust and is a violation of the responsibility of the hospital district leaders to act in the best interest of the hospital district and its patients. Additionally, the failure to provide an explanation for why the legal analysis was withheld for 5 years raises questions about the motivations of those who made the decision to withhold it. It is important for the leaders of public institutions like the hospital district to be transparent and accountable for their actions. In conclusion, while the resolution of the legal dispute and adoption of new policies may be viewed positively, the initial withholding of the legal analysis for 5 years raises serious ethical concerns, and the leaders of the hospital district should be held accountable for their actions. The public has a right to know how their tax dollars are being spent and how decisions are being made that affect their community. It is important for the hospital district to ensure that all relevant information is shared in a timely manner and that the hospital district operates in a transparent and ethical manner. It is also important for the hospital district to take steps to regain the trust of the community and ensure that such ethical lapses do not occur in the future. February 8, 2023, 2 letters from Matt Reddy. February 8, 2023, author Matt, edit. To my local neighbors of the Jefferson County Public Hospital District, I am writing to share my thoughts on a matter that I believe is of great importance to the future of healthcare in our community. As you know, I have always been a strong advocate for transparency, honesty, and continuous process improvement in all aspects of healthcare delivery. With this in mind, I strongly believe that it is time for the Jefferson Healthcare Board to take a step forward and form a legal committee. The role of this committee would be to provide the board with top-notch legal counsel on all matters related to healthcare. This will ensure that the board has access to the best possible advice on a wide range of issues, from regulatory compliance to patient rights. By having a dedicated team of experts on hand to provide advice and guidance, the board will be able to make informed decisions that are in the best interests of our community. I believe that this committee should be composed of a small number of board members, and that its meetings should be conducted in closed session. This will allow the committee to have open and honest discussions without the pressure of public scrutiny. It will also allow the committee to focus on the most pressing issues, and to provide the board with recommendations that are based on the best available information. At a time when healthcare is facing so many challenges, it is more important than ever that we have leaders who are committed to transparency, honesty, and continuous process improvement. I am confident that by forming a legal committee, the Jefferson Healthcare Board will be better able to meet these challenges and to ensure that our community has access to the highest quality healthcare possible. Thank you for your continued support, and I look forward to working with you to make this important change a reality. Sincerely, Matt Reddy, Jefferson County, Washington Public Hospital Commissioner. And now a message for all municipal corporations in Washington State. Dear Washington State Municipal Corporations, I, Matt Reddy, invader from the state of Maryland, would like to extend an invitation to all of you to create legal advisory committees or law and ethics advisory committees in your respective regions. The committees should be composed of individuals who are well respected and trusted for their honesty and integrity in your communities. As we all know, legal and ethical challenges can arise in any municipal corporation, whether it be a public hospital district, county, city, or special district. It is important that we have a group of dedicated individuals who can provide guidance and support on these matters to ensure that we are always operating in a fair and just manner. By forming these committees, we can foster a spirit of transparency and continuous process improvement in our municipalities. The committees can provide a platform for open discussions and case studies of real-life scenarios where law and ethics were a major challenge. I believe that by working together and sharing our experiences, we can create a network of knowledgeable and trusted advisors who can help us navigate the complex legal and ethical challenges we may face in our municipalities. I hope that many of you will take this opportunity to establish these committees and join us in our efforts to promote honesty, transparency, and continuous improvement in Washington State municipal corporations. Sincerely, Matt Reddy, invader from Maryland. Posted in blog posts, no comments. Whispered meeting. If 5 public board members of a 5-member board are in a public meeting, 4 in person and 1 over audio on phone, during the public meeting one of the 4 in-person members whispers communication with all 4 in-person board members about a question they want asked if the 5th board member, is that whispering an illegal serial meeting of a quorum of board members while intentionally not including the 5th? Whether or not the whispered communication constitutes an illegal serial meeting would depend on the laws and regulations governing the board in question. In general, a serial meeting occurs when a quorum of board members communicate with one another outside of a properly noticed public meeting. This can be considered illegal if the applicable laws and regulations prohibit such communication. However, in this case, the communication you described involves 4 of the 5 members being in the same physical location, so it might not be considered a serial meeting if the applicable laws do not prohibit members from communicating with each other in person. Additionally, if the communication was not part of a prearranged plan to circumvent the open meeting requirements and if the members did not take any formal action during the whispered conversation, it might not be considered an illegal serial meeting. It is important to note that the laws and regulations governing public boards vary by jurisdiction, so it would be best to consult with legal counsel to determine whether the communication in question was an illegal serial meeting. Matt Reddy request to ChatGPT. Please rewrite this article, just making it flow a little better. Don't change the meaning of anything significantly, just clean it up and make it flow. The Jefferson County Public Hospital District No. 2 held an open public meeting in the form of an off-site retreat to discuss the state of the hospital and its future plans. The meeting was attended by 5 public hospital commissioners, the CEO of the hospital, consultant Karma B., and an administrative assistant. During the meeting, Commissioner Kulf raised concerns about the public perception of their personal banter, as it could have negative effects on the organization. Commissioner Dressler brought up the issue of Commissioner Kulf's frequent letters to the editor, which often claimed to represent the opinions of the board members without their knowledge. Commissioner McComber suggested that personal conflicts could be resolved once in-person meetings resume. Finally, Matthew Reddy shared his disappointment about the lack of explanation for the delay in receiving a legal opinion for the hospital, which impacted his trust in the hospital's leadership. Details. In the meeting transcript, Commissioner Reddy expressed his frustrations over a single conflict that has impacted him for 7 years. He stated that it was related to the recording issue and that the whole process was draining, affecting his trust in the hospital management. He mentioned that he had received no explanation as to why the legal opinion was hidden from him for 5 years and that this lack of transparency had led to a negative review of the executive and strained relationships between the board members. The commissioner also stated that the recording issue and everything that happened around it was a simple legal issue that could have been resolved quickly if it had been handled differently. He acknowledged that it was a sad and traumatic experience and that it had deeply damaged working relationships. Consultant Karma B acknowledged Commissioner Reddy's frustrations and invited him to set aside this issue and focus on other aspects of healthcare. The consultant recognized that the unresolved conflict is creating difficulties within the board and expressed a strong desire to help Commissioner Reddy regain trust in the hospital management. The meeting transcript has shed light on tensions between Commissioner Reddy and the rest of the hospital administration. The transcript reveals Commissioner Reddy's frustration over the handling of the recording issue by the hospital's lawyer, John French. According to Commissioner Reddy, he had met with and previously asked French to address his concerns about the recording issue, including concerns that some laws were broken possibly by multiple individuals, but never received a response. Commissioner Reddy suggests that French may have been told not to work on the issue by the administration or other commissioners, or both. This lack of action by French, combined with the administration's decision to withhold a legal opinion on the issue of recording, has led Commissioner Reddy to question whether the actions of the hospital administration could be considered pointless fraud. Commissioner Reddy's exact words from the meeting audio are, basically, the legal opinion. That letter is what finally broke our ended it, and it was really the only way we finally got a written legal opinion on the topic. And anyways, I think you're just sort of like dismissing it, just really holding back that legal opinion. It's like, it could be considered fraud. It's just not, it's just like pointless fraud because fraud would involve some sort of financial benefit or something. But this was just sort of like a deception because people disagreed on something. Additional meeting details. At time point 2:02 and 19 seconds to 2:05 and 43 seconds, Commissioner Beulah Rienstra apologizes to Commissioner Matt Reddy for any actions that may have made him feel otherwise and expresses regret for not getting a letter to him earlier. Commissioner Rienstra explains that everything she did was to protect the interests of the organization and not to prevent Commissioner Reddy from doing what he wanted to do. Commissioner Reddy accepts the apology. Commissioner Kulf also apologizes to Commissioner Reddy for not supporting him more in his efforts to make the board's meetings accessible to the public. The two commissioners express regret for not backing each other up more in the past. Consultant Carmody reflects on the conversation and acknowledges that everyone comes to the table as flawed human beings who have been doing the best they can. Carmody recognizes the difficulty of the times that the board has faced, including personal losses and the impacts of COVID-19. She invites the board to a higher standard of behavior on behalf of the community and reminds them of their responsibility as publicly elected individuals. Eventually, CEO Glenn comments on the letter that he had received from legal counsel regarding a situation with a commissioner recording a meeting. He explains that the purpose of the letter was to provide him with advice on how to handle the situation, as the recording was done by the commissioner as a private individual, and the CEO needed to determine how to transfer the recording to the district's archiving system. He mentions that there was some resentment with the situation, as the commissioner had forced the issue and put the district in legal and financial peril if the recording was not managed correctly. Glenn also explains that the letter was interpreted differently by others in the district and became the basis for an ongoing issue, creating a lack of trust between the district and the commissioner. The CEO shares his impression of the letter and what its purpose was, and feels that it is important to clarify the false premise that has been set about the situation. Commissioner Reddy expressed his concern about the Commission's ability to obtain legal answers when needed. Consultant Carmody stepped in to facilitate the conversation and asked Commissioner Reddy if he was willing to extend trust to the chair and believe that they will receive legal answers in the future. Commissioner Reddy responded positively, saying that he is hopeful and that trust needs to be extended in order to receive answers. However, he made it clear that he was not interested in talking to the board about the issue anymore and that no one in the community is interested in hearing about it either. He also stated that he may reflect on the lessons learned from the episode in the future but was not sure if he would write about it on his commission blog. The consultant advised everyone in the room to be complete with the issue and not to make their completeness dependent on someone else. Other issues were also discussed at length at the retreat. Below is a link to the full meeting audio. ChatGPT. The Jefferson County Public Hospital District No. 2 held an off-site retreat to discuss the hospital's current state and future plans. The meeting was attended by 5 public hospital commissioners, the CEO, Consultant Karma B., and an administrative assistant. During the meeting, Commissioner Kulf raised concerns about the public perception of personal banter among the board members, which could harm the organization. Commissioner Dressler addressed Commissioner Kulf's frequent letters to the editor, claiming to represent the board's opinions without their knowledge. Commissioner McComber suggested resolving personal conflicts once in-person meetings resume. Commissioner Reddy expressed disappointment over the lack of explanation for the delay in receiving a legal opinion for the hospital, affecting his trust in the hospital's leadership. Commissioner Reddy also expressed frustration over a single conflict that has impacted him for 7 years, relating to a recording issue. He stated that the lack of transparency and explanation for the delay in receiving a legal opinion had led to a negative review of the executive and strained relationships between the board members. Consultant Karma B. acknowledged Commissioner Reddy's frustration and invited him to focus on other aspects of healthcare. The consultant recognized that the unresolved conflict is creating difficulties within the board and expressed a desire to help Commissioner Reddy regain trust in the hospital management. The transcript also reveals Commissioner Reddy's frustration over the handling of the recording issue by the hospital's lawyer, John French. According to Commissioner Reddy, he had asked French to address his concerns about the recording issue and laws that may have been broken by multiple individuals, but never received a response. He suggests that French may have been told not to work on the issue by the administration or other commissioners, leading him to question whether the actions of the hospital administration could be considered pointless fraud. Later in the meeting, Commissioner Beulah Reenstra apologized to Commissioner Reddy for any actions that may have made him feel otherwise and expressed regret for not getting a letter to him earlier. Commissioner Kulf also apologized for not supporting Commissioner Reddy more in his efforts to make the board's meetings accessible to the public. Consultant Karma B. recognized the difficulty of the times the board has faced and invited the board to a higher standard of behavior on behalf of the community. CEO Glenn commented on a letter from legal counsel regarding a situation with a commissioner recording a meeting. He explained the purpose of the letter was to provide advice on how to handle the situation and manage the recording correctly, as it was done by the commissioner as a private individual. The CEO shared his impression of the letter and feels it's important to clarify the false premise that has been set about the situation. Commissioner Reddy expressed concern about the Commission's ability to obtain legal answers when needed. Consultant Karma B. asked if Commissioner Reddy was willing to extend trust to the chair and believe they will receive legal answers in the future. Commissioner Reddy responded positively, saying that he is hopeful. Matt Reddy, please write a thoughtful editorial commentary to serve as the conclusion of the article above. ChatGPT. The recently held open meeting of Jefferson County Public Hospital District No. 2 provided a valuable opportunity for the hospital's leadership, including the 5 public hospital commissioners and the CEO, to discuss the state of the hospital and its future plans. However, the meeting also revealed underlying tensions and conflicts between the hospital administration and one of the commissioners, Matt Reddy. Commissioner Reddy expressed his disappointment with the lack of transparency and explanation for the delay in receiving a legal opinion on a recording issue that has plagued the hospital for 7 years. This issue not only strained relationships between the board members, but also led to a loss of trust in the hospital's leadership. Despite efforts by consultant Karma B to help Commissioner Reddy regain trust, the meeting transcript revealed the deep impact of this unresolved conflict on the Commission's effectiveness. Additionally, Commissioner Reddy's frustration over the handling of the recording issue by the hospital's lawyer, John French, raises serious concerns about the legality of the hospital's actions. Commissioner Reddy's suggestion that the administration's decision to withhold the legal opinion could be considered pointless fraud highlights the need for increased transparency and accountability in the hospital's decision-making process. However, the meeting also saw moments of apology and reconciliation between Commissioner Reddy and the rest of the hospital administration. Commissioner Beulah Rienstra apologized for any actions that may have caused Commissioner Reddy to feel otherwise and expressed regret for not getting a letter to him earlier. Commissioner Kulf also apologized for not supporting Commissioner Reddy more in his efforts to make the board's meetings accessible to the public. These efforts towards resolution show the importance of open communication and a commitment to repairing relationships within the hospital's leadership. In conclusion, the meeting of Jefferson County Public Hospital District No. 2 serves as a reminder of the challenges faced by public institutions and the need for proactive efforts to resolve conflicts and maintain trust. While the hospital faces significant obstacles, including the unresolved recording issue and the impacts of COVID-19, the board has the opportunity to rise to a higher standard of behavior and serve the best interests of their community. As public servants, it is crucial that the hospital's leadership prioritize transparency and accountability in their decision-making processes, work towards resolving conflicts, and maintain a level of trust with those they serve. Matt Reddy. Please write an additional article analyzing this question. Did several commissioners and the CEO participate in a serial meeting which directly created and sustained the legal confusion on the board for 7 years? In this article, assume that 3 or more commissioners were shown in private by the CEO a legal opinion related directly to a critical board governing issue. This legal opinion was written in 2016 and not given to the full board until 2021, and only after the full board voted to hire an attorney to answer the exact questions in the legal opinion. It seems highly likely that multiple commissioners were fully informed of the existence of this legal opinion well before 2021. Please write a news article with some thoughtful analysis of 1. Is it likely the commissioners and CEO participated in a serial meeting in addition to all agreeing to hide the legal opinion from the full board and Commissioner Reddy in particular? 2. Does it matter that they committed a serial meeting while doing this? Does this add anything to our understanding of the events? ChatGPT. Recently, it has come to light that several commissioners and the CEO of a governing board participated in a potentially illegal act. According to reports, in 2016, the CEO presented a legal opinion to 3 or more commissioners in private regarding a critical board issue. This legal opinion was not shared with the full board until 2021, only after the full board voted to hire an attorney to answer the same questions posed in the legal opinion. The fact that multiple commissioners were likely aware of the existence of this legal opinion well before 2021 raises questions about the actions of the CEO and commissioners. Did they participate in a serial meeting where they agreed to hide the legal opinion from the full board and the public? Serial meetings, where a quorum of a governing board meets privately, outside of a properly noticed public meeting, are illegal in many jurisdictions. This is because they violate open meeting laws, which are designed to ensure that the public is aware of the decision-making processes of their elected officials. If it is found that the CEO and several commissioners participated in a serial meeting, it would be a clear violation of open meeting laws and would cast a shadow over the legitimacy of their decision-making processes. Furthermore, the fact that they chose to hide a critical legal opinion from the full board and the public raises serious questions about their motivations and the transparency of their actions. It is important to note that the existence of a serial meeting alone does not necessarily prove that the CEO and commissioners acted improperly. However, it does add a layer of complexity to the situation and raises questions about the legitimacy of their actions. The investigation into this matter should therefore consider both the potential serial meeting and the hiding of the legal opinion from the full board and the public. In conclusion, the revelation of a potential serial meeting between the CEO and several commissioners raises serious questions about the legitimacy of their actions and the transparency of their decision-making processes. Further investigation is necessary to determine the full extent of their actions and whether they violated open meeting laws or acted in any other manner that is detrimental to the interests of the public. Key questions. 1. Please explain a philosophical perspective in which the actions of the board members and CEO were morally righteous at all times during this narrative. 2. Please outline a moral perspective in which public hospital board members are expected to show loyalty to the municipal corporation above any personal interest in transparency and accurate record keeping of the hospital board meetings. To elaborate, if the hospital administration and majority of the board has voted to not record board meetings, then all commissioners should obey this policy and only record meetings if they can convince all board members to record the meetings and vote to make it policy. If a board member starts to record an open public board meeting, it is then appropriate for the board and administration to tell them they are out of order and force them to stop recording immediately because they are disobeying the organization and that is who they owe loyalty to above all else. ChatGPT answers, as an AI language model, I don't have personal opinions or beliefs, but I can provide information based on commonly held moral perspectives. The scenario you described raises several ethical questions about loyalty and transparency. One moral perspective is that loyalty to the organization does not necessarily mean that one should ignore the importance of transparency and accurate record keeping. In fact, transparency and accuracy are essential to maintaining public trust and accountability in a public hospital. The public has the right to know how its resources are being used and how decisions are being made. Another moral perspective is that the duty of public servants, including public hospital board members, is to act in the best interest of the public, not the organization. This means that board members have a responsibility to ensure that the public is informed about the decisions being made by the hospital board, and that these decisions are made in a transparent and accountable manner. Finally, it is worth noting that recording open public board meetings is generally considered to be a right protected by the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, which guarantees freedom of speech and the press. Restricting a board member's ability to record a public meeting could be seen as a violation of their constitutional rights, and could also be viewed as a lack of transparency and accountability. In conclusion, while loyalty to the organization is important, it should not be used as an excuse to ignore the importance of transparency and accurate record keeping in a public hospital. Public servants, including public hospital board members, have a responsibility to act in the best interest of the public and ensure that the public is informed about the decisions being made by the hospital board. Matt Reddy, please convert your answer above into a very fun rhyming poem. Loyalty is important, that's true to see, but in a public hospital, it's not always key. Transparency is vital, that's plain to see. To keep the public trust and accountability, board members have a duty, that's crystal clear, to act in the public's interest, year after year. The public has a right to know, it's true, how its resources are being used and what decisions ensue. Recording open meetings is a right, that's grand. Protected by the First Amendment, it's in demand. Restricting this right could be quite a shame, and viewed as a lack of transparency and accountability's claim. So let us remember, as we go through life, that loyalty is important, but not at the cost of strife. Transparency's key, that's plain to see. In a public hospital, it's what's best for you and me. Matt Reddy. Please write a fun rhyming poem to go with that one that talks about people who refuse to back down under the pressure of people in power trying to use the law to their own personal preferences. You could use examples through history of people who refuse to obey the powers that be. There have been many folks, throughout history's page, who refused to bow down, despite the pressure and rage. They stood up for what's right, with courage in their heart, and fought against the powers that be, with a courage that wouldn't depart. Take Rosa Parks for example, a woman of great might. She refused to give up her seat on a bus one day and night. Her act of bravery sparked a movement that would change the land, and showed the world that one person can make a stand. Martin Luther King Jr., a man of peace and love, fought against segregation, with a message from above. He spoke of freedom and equality for all of humankind, and inspired a nation to leave hate and bigotry behind. These folks, and many more, throughout the ages past, refused to back down, despite the pressure that would last. They stood up for what's right, and wouldn't be deterred, and inspired us all to always stand up for what we've heard. So let us remember, as we go through life, that we too can make a difference, with courage and with strife. Let's stand up for what's right, and never be afraid, and show the world that we won't be swayed. Matt Reddy, please write stanzas for the poem above about Joan of Arc, Jesus, Prometheus, Sisyphus, and the people victimized in the Salem witch trials. Joan of Arc, a warrior brave, with courage in her heart, she rose to save her country from oppression. With a fire in her soul, she led the charge, and claimed victory, as the tales are told. Jesus, the Son of God, a man of peace and love, taught us all to love our neighbor, as we are all made of. He suffered and he died, for the sins of all mankind, and rose again, to show us all, love is forever kind. Prometheus, a titan bold, who brought the gift of fire to humans, in defiance of the gods' cruel desire. He gave us knowledge, and the power to create, and inspired us all to always innovate. Sisyphus, a man of woe, doomed to an endless task, to roll a boulder up a hill that would forever last. But still he persevered, with a smile on his face, and showed us all the meaning of the human race, the Salem witch trials, a dark chapter in our past, where fear and ignorance led to persecution fast, women and men, accused of sorcery and witchery, victimized and killed in a cruel and unjust penalty. These tales of bravery and the fight for what's right inspire us all to always stand up for the light. Let's never forget the sacrifices that were made, and always strive to help humanity get to a better place. Thank you for listening. Please let me know what you think.